So I was called for the prayer. And when it was time to pray, they said I should take off my hat, my beret. I said, no, I'm sorry. I don't pray without my beret. This is my own way of prayer. I told them that no, I don't. So they asked me to drop the cross for them. Drop the cross for somebody else who will remove the cap to pray. And you know what? I did not see it as an insult. I quickly dropped the cross and left. The reason is because I was not, number one, the person who brought the cross. It wasn't me that brought the cross. I did not come up with the idea of the prayer of the cross. So it is not my place to enforce how I want them to carry out their ritual. They could say, we want everybody to be in a certain way. They brought the idea. It is not mine. Why should I go there and say, no, why are you doing this to me? I left. If I was the person who brought the cross or something, maybe I will say, before you hold this and pray with me, you must cover your head. Maybe I would have said that. And anybody who came in and said, no, I want to pray, but I don't want to cover my head. Makowani ishi now, because you did not bring this and you want to now enforce what I should do. But if they had allowed me, see, okay, no, wear your cap and pray with us. We don't have a problem with that. I would have joined and prayed. I would also not have any problem with that. So I dropped it and left. I understood that religion is a way of life. Their way of life might not be mine. I do not have the right to go and force them to behave the way I want them to behave. If maybe they were blocking my road, then I will have a problem of them blocking my road and practicing what they are practicing. Not what they are practicing, but blocking my road and practicing what they are practicing. So let us not misunderstand this concept. We will have our law that is going to work for us, that everybody, not minding what you believe in, will come in and say, yes, this works, yes, this does not work. And that becomes the law of the land, Omenala. You cannot put any other thing above it. If in your church you don't eat pig, for instance, and then you come out openly and say, everybody eating pig is going to die, is going to hellfire. Then, you go to jail. If you are reasonable enough, they start looking at your brain to study it, to know if you are okay. Because that is not the law of the land. So, there is no way you can have a different ideology, supersede the ideology of that land. And that is the law of the land. That is why it is called in Igbo, Omenala. In English, they call it custom. In the new form of English, they call it law, constitution. That is what people call religion. That was why in Europe, the head of their government then was their religious leader. Who even made rules. Who even decided kings. That was their custom. Their agreement was that we want to give this power to this person to overrule, to see things through, to be the person in charge. It was their law. It was their policy. It is their religion. It was their religion. That is why I have decided all this time. I said to myself, no, there is no need of having this conversation, because when Biafra comes and you start making noise with whatever, even if you are Omenala, you start making noise with your tools, your whatever, I will call the authorities for you. Because noise is a pollution. You cannot say, because no, I am this is my religion, therefore I will disobey the religion of the land, the custom of the land, the tradition of the land, the ways of the land. You see, it doesn't matter what you believe in. You must first believe in the law of that land. You must first believe in the law of that land. That is your religion. You cannot have two religions. That is the problem I have with people who say Biafra is my religion and another thing is your religion. You cannot have two identities. It cannot work. But you must understand that the Biafra religion itself accepts the worship of anything you want to worship. Now, your way of worship, you can choose your any way of worship as long as it does not step on other people's lives or break the law of the land. So that when I step out of my house, I must respect the law. I must respect the law. I must respect the constitution of the land. That is my religion, the constitution. That is the religion. If the people decide and come together and say, we want the constitution on Sunday, everybody wear white and stay at home, or wear white and go to the park. Imagine if everybody decided that and say, no, let us make it a constitution. Let us put it in the constitution. Or once a year, let everybody come out wearing this. It becomes the religion of the people. You can, after thousands of years even, somebody can take it and go to one other country and force it on them. Religion is simply the culture of that particular place, the people. It is simply the constitution of that particular place, the law. Look at Nigeria, for instance. You understand that the constitution of Nigeria is the determinant factor of how people behave, how people live in Nigeria. It is the determinant factor of how people behave, both socially and mentally, even physically. In Nigeria's constitution, there is no place for Christianity. That is why the government can fund jihad, because Islam is in their constitution. It is their way of life. That is why when you go outside, Nigeria is considered an Islamic country. It's not even considered. Nigeria is. That is their religion, the religion of Nigeria, the constitution. It is the constitution of Nigeria that took away power from the people. That is why the people are behaving badly. The people have no power because it took it away. That is the religion of Nigeria. The way Nigeria, it determines, the constitution of Nigeria determines even the way people behave. When you behave in a certain way, If the Constitution of Nigeria decide tomorrow now and change it and say you cannot go out, leave your house on Sunday, what then are you talking about? If you like, go and write on every media that you are, this is what you are, this is what you are, and you have failed to change that constitution, you cannot practice that thing that you say you are fully. And if you are not practicing something, then you are not it. Whatever you are practicing is what defines you, is what you are. That is the constitution, the law that you are upholding in any country. That becomes your religion. And as soon as we can be able to settle and understand that there is no difference, they all mean one thing, the easier it will be for us to focus on one, sensitization, historical sensitization. And this is one of the problems. Most times when we are giving information, rather for us to say, I know, I have heard you, let me go and do my research, we just castigate it. We feel like we are being tackled. So a friend said to me the other day, some time ago, a friend said to me, you might be right, but I don't want to change. This person never said that I was being hateful to what she agreed to or she agreed on. No. Because she understood that this is just the sharing of information. That is just what it is. If I say A is A and you think A is not A, don't say because you believe in A, therefore I should close my mouth. No. Just go and disprove that A is B. That is actually B, not A. That is the basis of Biafra. That is the foundation of Biafra that our leader is teaching. That is why IPOB Radio Biafra is open for suggestions, for people to make their points without malice. I will open up the lines very soon, but before I do that, once again, I want to talk about my disappointment with Nigeria, because this is the most important thing, and this is why we are here. I have been very heartbroken since the latest massacre of our people, the latest massacre. Nigeria cannot exist without the massacre of Biafrans. I have been heartbroken, honestly. I haven't been the same. I have been beyond myself since then. I've been beyond myself because, honestly, we can't afford to keep dying this way. We can't afford to keep dying this way. Some time ago, I spoke about when I joined the struggle and somebody called and said, oh, you know that you can't come to Nigeria now, they this. And our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, was abducted from Kenya. Was he in Nigeria? A British citizen. How do you think you are safe wherever you are? How do you think you are safe? How? There is no Biafran that is safe. As long as there is Nigeria, you are not safe. It doesn't matter where you are not safe. The massacre of our people on the 31st is not just a massacre of Biafrans. Because these people came out to give life to those who are representing themselves as Nigerians. And we cannot afford to be dying in that way. We know that since the amalgamation of Nigeria, Biafrans have been slowly exterminated. It is obvious that the mission of Britain in Nigeria is to exterminate us and take over our land. But that will never work. America hasn't been doing anything different from following Britain from behind. They must understand that enough is enough. They must understand that. I don't care what what's this guy, the spokesperson, Nigeria Information Minister, the liar Mohammed said about the West supporting Biafra. How is the West supporting Biafra? Let me ask that. How is the West supporting Biafra? Is it by supplying Nigeria government with the weapons that they have been using to kill us? When I talk now, the next thing, they silence this part. Is that how they are supporting Biafrans? Yes, UN is in Nigeria. So, is that something that should have happened today? What are they doing? So far, what have they done? So far, what have they done? I don't know why they are there, but I am asking them, so far, what have they done? If they think seeing them will make me jump up, it is their results that will make me clap for them, not the fact that they are there. It is what are they there to do? What are they doing? What are they doing? Since the formation of Nigeria, we have been killed. Even before the formation of Nigeria, Britain massacred us like animals. The same way they are massacring us today. I read this book by one of our writers. Trying to remember, Mazi Israel. And it was detailing about how they went to this community when they conquered this or other community, how they were slaughtering even the chief of the community, the oldest man, because that is our way of government. Now, somebody might call it our tradition. It is simply the law, the constitution that we were upholding, that the eldest person will be in charge of that place. It is just our constitution. It is the way of life, our way of life, our religion, our culture, if you say. You see. So they were going house. They even when they killed the old man and his wife, a very old man who they said can't even see. You understand how old our people used to live. Our parents used to live. The man was probably over 150 years. He lost his sight. They killed him. They killed his wife. They dumped them in a bush. They slaughtered people even after. And they have been doing that until today. They have been doing that until today. I listened to Mazi Chinasanworu here on Radio Biafra, and he informed us that these people, I call them heroes. I call them heroes. They came out and protested that the Directorate of States did not give them the go-ahead. And I believe that a lot of us had a way that we felt about that because we are under the command of the leadership of the Directorate of States of the indigenous people of Biafra. We take it as command and control. So I understand how that information made us feel. We want things to be done rightly. That is why we are different from the zoo. We want law and order. But at the same time, we also understood that people are very angry. People are agitated. And you know Biafrans. Biafrans are very, very difficult people. If we set our minds on something, we do it. Look at Monday Sit at Home. Even when our leader, the man that we are sitting at home for, said, no, go about your duties, people still decided, no, we want to be at home every Monday because of you. It is a sacrifice that I don't even need you to tell me. It is a sacrifice that I want to give. And our people did it. For over 1 year, our people were sitting at home. That is our people. How should I blame those who went there knowing that they may not come back home alive? How can I speak and say, no, they did wrong? No, how can? Going to that protest meant that they did not see anything as important as protesting for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our supreme leader, and the freedom of the Biafran people. They did not think that even their life is as important as the message of our freedom. They are still my heroes, both the ones we lost and the ones that survived the massacre. But I want to tell our heroes that anything that is done well is called beautiful. We have people who could have been able to secure our people. Maybe we would not have had such casualties. And you have seen it so far that the Directorate of State they've been hell-bent on making sure that our people are secured, our people are safe. We have seen it. My opinion is that next time we must put security first. I always come here and I talk about security. When the information of the relocation to our land was being discussed, the first thing I talked about is, in as much as we are considering that, let us put security first. Let us put security first. And my own suggestion of putting security first has been that Nigeria security agents should leave. I will tell you why. Because for me, that is the only way to ensure that this insecurity is curbed from the root. Since they are still there, if our people, because I know our people want to protest, whether in overseas. I was listening to some of our people angry, even here, that they want to go and protest. Our people all over the world, they want to do something. Our leader has been there for a very long time, being sick. And his last request was that this government must not leave without releasing him. That was his request. So people are agitated. People want to go out there and protest. Even people are saying that they cannot be stopped. But you must put law and order first. Obey instructions. Let the Directorate of State make sure that you are safe, in as much as you are spreading the gospel. If you are going again, make sure that you are safe. That is what my suggestion. Make sure that you are safe. Those who went, I see them in the same manner. In a way, I see them in the same manner as Onyendu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is what it means to be someone's disciple. You must follow instructions. You must follow instructions. And the instruction is the Directorate of State is in charge. You want to protest? Yes. Let them make sure that you are safe. I know that, like our leader, that you are willing to sacrifice everything sacrificable. But let us be careful so that we, in as much as we are sacrificing, we are making sure that our enemies are also paying the price. Not emotionally. Not emotionally. Our leader is a righteous man. He is a righteous man. The same way those who went out on the 31st of March are righteous men and women. Those who passed, they are the likes of, for me, Onyenso Ikonso. They are like them. Saint Ikonso, who I believe right now they are sitting in heaven with others who made the ultimate sacrifice for me and for you. These people, these men, these women, they made the ultimate sacrifice for every Nigerian out there, not just for Biafrans. Every Nigerian, I say, including those who do not understand yet that this is war. That what we are fighting for is not just Biafra. This war is not just the Biafran people's thing. No. Yes, it is a war, I say. Nigeria declared a war on all of you Nigerians without you knowing, without telling you they declared a war on you. That is why instead of protecting you, the army is killing you. You get it? In a time of war, army soldiers kill other soldiers. But the kind of war that they have against you is one that you don't even, as long as you are a human being, they see you as a soldier, that you can fight back. And that you are not a Fulani, you become a soldier, an enemy soldier. They kill you. What then is that? It is a war against you. Nigeria declared a war on all of you Nigerians without you knowing. That is why instead of protecting you, the army is killing you. The army is warring against you. That is why even when you want a good life, the army will say it is better that you are dead than for them, than for the government to give you a good life. They say it is better they kill you than to feed their enemy. So you go out to protest and say, stop killing me. They say, you Mugu, don't you know this is war? They go there and kill you too. You go to Lagos, it is the same thing. You go to Akwa Ibom, it is the same thing. You go to Kafanchan, it is the same thing. You come to Aba, the massacre, it is the same thing. The same thing. It is war on you. It is a war on you. That is why they do not want to better your life. They say it is better that you are dead than for them, than for Nigeria to give you a good life. And you tell me that is not war. They are simply saying, over my dead body will we give you prisoner, you trapped in the zoo called Nigeria, a good life. Even when you are trying all manner of things to extricate yourself from the war, to win this war, you are trying, you are protesting, you are voting, you are shouting. You vote, what do? They rig the election. It is a war against your principles, the principles that you gave power. The Constitution. It is a war against the Constitution, your Constitution. They are bringing different ideology, foreign ideology, to bastardize your own religion. That is your own way of life in Nigeria. That is why they can rig the election to tell you the Constitution is nothing. Your way of life is nothing. The way of life we want to instill on you is that of jihad. They kill you. So you try to vote because you want to reclaim your power. You want to reclaim your mandate. And Nigeria says, no. We will not let a slave decide for his or herself. Do you know that is the number one rule of slavery? Do you know? A slave is always fighting because you do not fight if there is no war. You fight when there is war. A slave is always fighting. That is why is it Ahmadu Bello that said they will not let you be in charge of your life. That is slavery. That is perpetual slavery. It is a war against you. It is another dimension of war. When the Europeans brought slavery into Africa, when they came to buy slaves, it was war. They will give some black people amongst us, they will arm them to go and raid, to go to war with other people so that they can take slaves and sell to them. Because they know if they just came as white people and started going from your house to go and take slaves, the blacks will rise as one. So they sent fellow black people so that you cannot rise with your brother because you think it is just a tribal or nation against nation. So you try through voting. They say to you, no, you are still a slave. You do not have the right to decide for yourself. Another dimension of war that you did not know about. They use their democracy to war on you. And they make it more acceptable. They make it more acceptable by calling it election rigging instead of telling you it is war. I remember being here on radio when I read about what Pa Ayo, I think Pa Ayo, yes, wrote when he said that the election not going to Tinubu, I'm just paraphrasing, is a declaration, will be a declaration of war. He said that. So what is going on now is clear for every single person to see that it is war. That was the time he saw it as a declaration of war because of the fact that Nigerians were trying to use their final rights, which is voting, to implement change. So they have been warring against you and you didn't know it all this while. But this evening, I want to open your eyes to the truth. If you are a Nigerian listening to me, know that you have been in a state of war Your country has been warring against you. That is why they do not want to give you good light. They do not want to give you constant electricity. They do not want to give you good road. They do not want to give you good hospitals. They do not want to give you anything. I read online about what's his name? Ike Kweremadu getting getting funding for a building of medical facility, which would have been used to treat his daughter, but he, according to the news, spent the money. The way all the Nigerian politicians take money that is meant for your own good and spend it on themselves, because they know that that is the standard. That is how it is supposed to be. They are not put there to improve your life. No, they are there to make sure that your life does not improve at all. That is why they are there. To strangulate you. To strangulate you. It is time to say enough is enough. Because only you can save yourself. Nobody can save you. It takes you to save yourself. Anybody who saves you did not save you. Nobody can save you except you. Even when you call on God, you will have to call. That is you going to. You call. That is an effort. You must make effort. Now you know that the country that you call your own have been waging war against you. It is time for you to wake up and defend yourself. Save yourself before it is too late for you. Before that insecurity that you think is still far away from your house reaches your house. One of the terrorist organization, one of the patrons of a terrorist organization is or was your president, because he's dead, is a double body double that is representing Buhari. We know that. But one of the patrons of a terrible terrorist organization became the president of Nigeria. And you are a witness to how bloody, how crazy Nigeria has been so far. Especially the Nigeria security institutions. You've seen how they have been intensifying their attacks on you. You. Did you expect anything different? Nigerians, did you expect anything different? Did you think that a patron of a terrorist organization will become a president, be pampering you instead of terrorizing you? You think he will come and his boys, his hardened terrorists, his boys, won't be recruited into different state services, won't be recruited into the army and into other state security institutions? You think his boys, people he is proud of, will not be given wonderful offices, like offices to make sure that your details, they have your details? Is that what you think? I remember having this conversation with this guy that I used to be friends with in 2014. We were talking about Nigeria's 2015 election and the contestants. That was way back in 2014. We were talking about, the usual conversation, political conversation that people usually have, like who will win, who are contesting, the usual conversation, the best candidate and all of that. This young man was blindly in support of the late Muhammadu Buhari. And then I wanted Jonathan to win, Then I was saying, no, Jonathan is the one who should win. So as to continue with what's the word again? So that he will continue to put an end to terrorism. Let me just put it in that way. This man said, oh, if I want terrorism to end, then good luck, Jonathan is the wrong person for the job. And his reason is that Jonathan's administration, the terrorism started in Jonathan's administration. His reason wasn't the person who started terrorism, but in whose administration that the terrorism started. I tried to prove to him that late Buhari was a thief himself. I tried to prove to him that late Buhari was a terrorist himself. Do you remember late Buhari's statement, especially the one where he threatened Nigerians? Let me find it. He made several statements threatening Nigerians, but I'm just going to find one. There is one that he made, and he said something in the manner of the streets being filled with the blood of baboons or something like that. If he said, let me read it. He said, if what happened in 2011 should happen again in 2015, that is him losing election in 2011. You see, it's 4 years difference. So he's talking about election. If it should happen in 2015, the dogs and baboons will be soaked in blood. He said this in 2012. That was when they had finished hatching their terrorism plan. When did Boko Haram come into existence? Let me even when did Boko Haram come into Nigeria? When? He made this statement in 2012. That is to tell you. That is to tell you. So this man made this statement, and this young man didn't see it as a problem. He did not see it as a problem. So it really made me angry. It made me feel like, how can you be supporting something like that? How can you be so blind to the terrorism that are affecting people like you? How? The man threatening the same people he wants to better their life, the same people he wants to develop. It's like saying, it's like saying, I want to give you money. If you don't accept it, I'll kill you. Or I am giving you money. Take this money. And you say, no, I don't want. You say, if you don't accept this money, I will kill you. I mean, then why should you take that money? Why should you take it? I failed to convince him because I realized that most black people, they do not want to change their position, whether they are wrong or they are right. They just want to feel safe. Part of the problems that colonization has impacted on us. We just want a very comfortable place. We want to feel safe. If you have an idea, it doesn't matter what if the idea is fail-proof or not. We don't even want the idea to be tested. We don't even want to subject it to reason. We just want to have it so that, oh, I do not feel bad that I was wrong. I do not feel bad that I made a mistake or I made a blunder. No. So that when it is late, we start crying. Oh, mama, oh, papa, when it is late. But later I found out why he was adamant that Buhari must be there. Not minding his backwardness, not minding that he was a thief, not minding that, not minding all of the things he said. This man was adamant that the patron of terrorists should lead his country, should be the president. One, because of several reasons which I later found out. Because of two reasons. One, because He's a Yoruba Muslim. His religion, and that his blood brother was also contesting, I think, a House of Assembly. So he didn't find anything wrong with somebody who shares his ideology, who shares his way of life, which is what is in the constitution of the country. Somebody who, because maybe his brother was, not maybe, his brother was contesting for election under APC. So why should any other person matter? So because of that, the country can burn to the ground. As long as he will enjoy oil money, the country can, the people can burn. You see the mindset of people. You see the mindset. Very evil mindset. Very evil. It is the same mindset that Chinedu came with. A very evil and wicked mindset. Oh, it is my turn. I don't care how many people the election that this will happen. I don't care if the people want me or not. It is my turn. I don't care if I'm too old to even stay awake for 90 minutes during maybe even a soccer match. I don't care. I have to be the praise. You know, when you are getting older, you become blessed with this thing that you can be sitting down just one place and having a watching TV and you sleep off, especially if you're watching entertainment. You see, you just sleep off. But that doesn't concern him. All he knows is that he wants to be president. It is his turn. Not what he can offer. The height of wickedness and insincerity. And this is why Nigeria is where it is today. Because you have people who do not care about others. As long as it benefits them, then they are okay. Politicians and their children, hey, they are there. They are number one. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the children who came out to protest, that they are people's children, kill all of them. In Lekki, kill all of them. At Aba, kill all of them. All over. Or at Obibo, kill all of them. At Odi, kill all of them. At Olo, kill all of them. They don't care. All they care is how they can siphon your money so that they can go and buy hospitals in Europe or wherever, and they can stash their funds in Europe so that whenever they are sick, their children are sick, they go there, they take one of the animals in the zoo and go and cut his maybe next time it will be the person's penis. Do you even know that do you know these days they can convert a penis into a vagina? Do you know? And it will work, you know. Maybe that's why they are wanting it all over the world. They transported 7,200 to China, according to the news. According to the information, over 7,200, one shipment only. One shipment. And that is the country that somebody is trying to sustain. That is the country somebody is trying to sustain. How do you think of sustaining such? How do you even contemplate on sustaining such abomination? Where lives don't even matter. There is no value for life, none. What matters to them is money. The politicians are not alone. They are there, yes. Celebrities, your celebrities. The worst is that you find a black man, you've seen that these celebrities are not there for you. They all care about their pockets. You don't want to know. I saw this post the other day. Excuse me. I saw this post the other day. One of this news they were writing about what's his name? One of the twins of P Square. That the one that was campaigning for Labour Party. After campaigning and losing election, he ran away to America and bought a house. Now, where do you think that money for that house came from? Where do you think? You think it's from your music, the downloads? You think it's from that? He bought a house after election. Because election time is business time for them. And you are telling them about, see, this will not work. They don't care. It's always about money. Over 88 people, according to the recent news, over 88 people died for that election. And it is, I believe, for them, it is what the house in Atlanta, a house that can collapse any day. You see earthquake happening all over. You see even community burnt down in America. But no, that is, and the worst is you find Nigerians saying, oh, I receive, oh, a blessing, oh, this, your future have been mortgaged for that house and you are there saying you wish it were you. Are you okay? Because you do not care about what is happening around you. You do not care about what is going on around you, who is selling you out and who is not. You do not care about what is happening around you, who is selling you out and who is not. The people who are there to protect you, you demonize them. That is why I have a problem when people go even on any platform and you demonize somebody instead of saying, this is what this person did, I do not like it, please change. You go there, you talk about, oh, how this person is being done, treated this way, how this person, you think your wife, you know. Somebody was talking about this one that is living with this. Is this even his wife? Who told you? Did you? Listen, marriage is not, especially overseas, is not your responsibility. Whichever way in this age, day and age, that people decide to marry, it is not your problem. If you have an issue with somebody, tell the person, this is what you did to me. And the person will say, oh, I am sorry. Or for people who try to prove why they did it, they tell you, no, this is why I did what I did. And you people learn. You people appreciate each other better. Not come out and this is what Nigerians do. They praise the people who are actually mortgaging their lives, and they demonize those who are actually working for them. Your celebrities are there. When after election, I said to them, I do not feel sorry. If you are listening to me and you started listening after election, let me tell you, I said, I am not sorry for what happened to you. I am not sorry because I knew it was going to happen. I knew that it was going to happen, and you need that to happen to learn. Why then should I be sorry that you have been given an opportunity to learn? The more I feel sorry for you, the more you lose the lesson that you are supposed to gain, and be sentimental and not sit down and say, this is the lesson I have learned. How do I put it into action? How do I put this lesson into action? And I said, every person who went out there and campaigned should use the same energy that you used in campaigning for your rights to be stolen, to campaign for the rights of the people to be given to them. That is why I see somebody who has never condemned, who does not come out every day to use the international space that he has been given to protect his people. And some people are talking about how he will deliver them. Deliver you to who or from who? Deliver you into the hands of your enemy or from the hands of your enemy. He hasn't done anything to show you that he is speaking for you. But you are expecting something that he has not given you today, even when you know you need it today. We must change how we reason. We must change. I keep going back to this statement made by Biden during his election, that if black people don't vote for him, then he will know they are not black. Then I used to always think, why would this man say such a thing? What does this mean? Until the recent events happening made me understand why he said it. It's like they know, when they look at black people and they say, okay, I'll take this action, I know where these people will land. They will land here because they will always believe anything I tell them. Anything I tell them, they will always believe. They will not say, but this man. You know why I grew up in Christian homes, Christian home. My maternal home, Catholic. The Catholics, my paternal side, Anglican. I went through all of those processes. As a teenager, I started even attending Living Faith, Winners Chapel. So I know all Pentecostal and all of that. I went through their processes. And when I found out that Christians killed people to convert them to their religion, when I found out that Muslims are doing it, when I found out that it was okayed by their spiritual leaders, by their religious leaders, for them to steal, to kill, and to sell another man as slave, I said, people who did this cannot show me God. They are ungodly. Yes, I do not have a problem with your book. Even if Satan should write a book tomorrow, believe you me, I will read it. I will read it. I want to understand what is in his mind. I want to understand what is, I don't read your mind to believe everything in your mind. I don't need to hear everything you say and believe everything you say. I hear the things you say. I pick the things I want to pick. And then I understand how you think. Not that when I read a book, Hadley Chase, and then I believe everything in Hadley Chase. No. No. So the problem of Nigeria, it's in all the spheres of the Nigeria society. You cannot leave pastors out of it. Do you know that pastors have the highest influence on people? More than even these newspapers. People don't read that much in Nigeria. They listen, especially to people they see. That is why even on social media, once I start having going live, showing myself, of course, if you show yourself, you have to try to look nice. You pay attention to how you look. Now I might be wearing my shorts with my clothes up, and my big stomach showing. And all that you are listening to is my voice. And on Sunday or wherever day or Wednesday or Saturday, people dress up properly. Not for themselves though, but for others. For others. You look good so that people will see that you look good. Even the Dibias, some of them, just like some of the pastors are not doing what they are supposed to do to extricate the people from this hellhole, some Dibias are also part of the problem. I was on Facebook, I saw this guy send me a friend request. The Dibia, one of those, doing all of the almancy, and he sent me. I saw it. It was really. My mind started asking me a lot of questions. I said, I let me actually accept this and know what if this person, what this is, who this is, and what this is about. So I accepted the friend request, and then the person sent me a message saying, something in the manner of, if you're having spiritual problems, we do this, we do that, make money. It's centered on money. It's centered on money, and I'll tell you why it's centered on money as soon as I'm done narrating you this. He talked about you are welcome to Oracle of Wealth. I have made thousands of men and women to become millionaire today. If you want to make money without human sacrifice, join the Millionaire Club today. I'll help you out. And some other information he wrote. And then later, he now included the list of things that he does, like instant money, your lover back, get rich without ritual, fibroid and HIV, and all of that. Protection ring, court case, talk and do, and visa to abroad, love spell, sickness, and all of that. I responded, I said to him, the only way to solve a financial problem is through a solid financial policy. The reason why I responded only to the financial issue is because I can see where this is going, because in Africa, almost everybody is suffering from financial problems. In fact, not almost, everybody is suffering from financial problems, because when 99% of the people are suffering from it, then the people are suffering from it. So you find out that when you talk about money, everybody listens. Everybody listen when you talk about money. So I know that this is mainly about money. And then I said to him, no, but this is how it is. You cannot solve financial problems through prayer, through whatever ritual. You solve it through the financial policies that you have. If you get $2 every month, how do you make sure that the $2 becomes $3 or $2.50? It is the financial policy that you have that determines the growth that you have financially. So because of that, everybody talks about finance, because they know it is the number one problem of the black man right now. Because one of the tools that the Europeans use to create problems in Africa is poverty. Poverty is a tool of suppression, a tool of subjugation. That is why when you want to destroy people, you make them poor, you fleece them, so that anything you give to them, it will be appreciated, highly appreciated. You make them poor so that before they think of their freedom, they have to eat first. Nna si na ọwụ onye rijuru afọ na ayọ akpụ. Onye rijuru afọ na ayọ akpụ. So they take away that from you. Even your businessmen and women are included. They are included. I told you not long ago that these people who contest for election, even governorship, they know that they will not win or they will win. They know before they contest. But the money that they get from different angles, different sponsors of the government, is what encourages them. I know, because I have been called before to come and be the media personnel of one of them. I got there, I was listening to them, and I asked them, what is it that you are already implementing to make you win the election? And their answer shows that they are not even thinking of winning elections. They are not. they are better off lodging in hotels, the best hotels. and the people working for them are targeting, oh, that car, what's the name of that car they give to them? Sienna and all of that. You know, during election, they bring a lot of Siennas and buses. So the people working for them are targeting cars. Oh, well, at the end of this, after paying me 20,000 every month, you are sacrificing your life for 20,000 and Sienna. That is why people can stand up and say, let Buhari be there, because you want pocket money and Sienna for you, for your family. That is what it is about. And these pastors, these celebrities, these businessmen and women, they are there. They are there. Thanks to Kuokike. Yesterday we had a man of God who came here. They spoke and they prayed and they taught. They taught us. It is not the book. The book is supposed to make, books are supposed to make us think. When people say things, book is just a collection of people's thoughts. When people say things, it should provoke a thought. It shouldn't be just accepted. Oh, we just accept everything. That is why our leader always specify on research. Do it yourself. They call it DIY. Do it yourself. Do it yourself. Now, there's people who don't care about you, who don't care about me, who don't care if our lives are better. They are in every corner of the black community. People who think if they are benefiting from a situation, then others can go to hell. I was watching the Al Jazeera report. I have been asking Al Jazeera, they should pay attention to Nigeria because the loss of lives is the worst. That is the worst crime, not the gold and diamond. Yes, I mean, that is a problem as well. But the loss of lives, that is the number one cause of problem. And when you are going through investigation, you must start from the root. Start from the cause. Why are these people going around stealing oil? If you go to, for instance, the place they call Niger Delta, there was a time oil bunkering was the thing. Why were these young people doing this? Because the government created an enabling environment for them to do it. And you blame the people who are trying to survive. Listen, if you ban them or stop them, you are only creating opportunities for others to also come in. You cannot completely stop them unless you provide an alternative. You provide good jobs. You provide quality education. It's like when Nigeria closed the southern border and said, oh, we want to be planting rice in Nigeria. We don't want to be importing rice, whereas they opened the north. And people, the terrorists were coming in and they closed the southern border. That was 2019. And I asked myself, what nonsense is this? I think 2019 or 2018. You must have processes in place. You must be implementing other processes so that when you are asking them to leave this, when they leave this, what will they do? Other people who did not see it as an opportunity because other people were occupying the opportunity will now see an opportunity and come for it. So Al Jazeera must investigate what is happening in Nigeria, the serial massacres of Nigerians. I said serial, not one, not two, not three. Must invest. Yes, Reuters did in investigation on the Nigerian army. Such things are what Al Jazeera needs to be showing, and CNN. Amnesty International is behaving like the American government. Of course, their Nigeria department have been at several times accused of crimes, accused of working against the people that they are supposed to be working for. I don't know what Amnesty International did about that. I don't know if they are condoning that. I don't know what they did about that. But I am appealing to them to do something. I am appealing to them to do something. The crime in Nigeria is such that it should not be allowed to keep happening. It should not. It should not. People who are benefiting from the situation, they think others can go to hell. If as a young man you are wondering why Nigeria is where it is, stop wondering. The reason is what I have just shared with you. Change that mentality and your life will change. Change the mentality that those killed in Aba are just Biafrans. They are not Nigerians. Their life will change. Change that mentality that when something goes wrong at Olo and they are slaughtering the people at Olo, you keep quiet. You do not say enough is enough and stand up and say, okay, let that army come to our side. You know, I have grown massively since I joined IPOB, honestly. When you join IPOB, there's a kind of growth that you will experience. I'm not talking about those ones who joined IPOB in excitement, no. Because when you are excited, it is simply adrenaline. It is, sorry, not adrenaline, it is, I'm not talking about adrenaline here because I know adrenaline also causes, yes, excitement. It is, I'm talking about in general figure. It is the chemical compounds in your body that is working. That is why you become excited. And tomorrow, when you are no longer excited, maybe because, like in our case, the man who excited you, who said wonderful things with researches, good English, wonderful voice, the man who spoke and made you join the struggle is no more. He's no more making the videos. He's no more on the radio. He's no more screaming in the desert. Now you have to try and find that same fulfillment, that same excitement somewhere else. Something that makes you feel, oh, yes. No, I am not talking about that. I am talking about those who joined this mighty army because they craved the new change. They were not sure how to make that change. So when they had someone who saw the same problem, the problems they saw, who unlike them made more effort and researched, did his due diligence to find out what is the cause of this problem and what is the solution. Someone who came out with the solution to the problem. He spoke and they understood. I'm talking about such men. These are the men and women that you saw on the 31st of March. They are not like Buhari supporters. They are the ones who came out. Men who don't have anything to put as a comparison to freedom. I'm not talking about those who do not honor anybody. If you don't honor anybody, you will not care about anybody honoring you. You can go and sell one useless election and then run away. I have told you, those people who sold that, go and drag them. Drag them and tell them, look at what you sold us. You must not stop. You must continue. We die here. But they ran away because they do not want honor. They have no honor and they do not want. If they want, they will keep fighting to redeem themselves. They will keep fighting. They will keep fighting and they will put their lives on the line for even their children. It is not about them. We are not here to restore Biafra because it is about us. No. You have to come to this struggle knowing that even if it doesn't come today, there is tomorrow. Even if it doesn't come today, there is tomorrow. You keep fighting. You keep fighting. Go and tell those that it is time. The war is not over. They should come. Let us keep fighting. Let them not mortgage their future, the children or the future of their children. Let them not mortgage them. Like politicians don't even know that they have mortgaged the future of their children. They have mortgaged it. They make them perpetual slaves in foreign land. And it doesn't bother them. It doesn't bother them that they have made their children slaves in United Kingdom. Doesn't bother them. The men and women who came out on that glorious day, these are saints. And they died so that everyone in Nigeria will live. No matter how no matter how you have belittled yourself, you have seen yourself less than human. You think you are not worthy to be saved. You are not worthy to have a good life. That is why you are saying, okay, maybe let us go with election. But you know in your heart that even these people have been rigging elections since before you were born. And you know, honestly, that nothing will change. But because you do not see yourself brave enough to have that change that you want, to have that good life that you want. That is because they have made you see yourself so small. You do not have a big plans for yourself. These men said to you, your freedom is important. That they died for your own freedom. Whether you are Yoruba, you are a middle belt, no matter where you are, they died fighting for your own freedom. Because the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the freedom of the Nigerian people. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu opened your eyes. That is why you are still answering your name today. They came and told us that you are worth saving, that your dignity is worth restoring. These men and women died for every Nigerian, but most importantly, for every Biafran. They died to tell you that to value anything more than you value freedom is to value yourself less than animals. Because even animals want freedom. And they will always want to be free at the slightest opportunity. Have you ever caught a bird before? It always wants to fly away. Even the Bible says in John chapter 15 verse 13, greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Now in this situation, this is why I said these are saints. These are more saintly than those who did not die for you. You just heard stories that they died. I'm not here to say if the story is true or not, but that is a fact that you heard the story. But these people, this happened before you. This happened right before your eyes. Will you even remember their names? Do you remember their names? I have said earlier on, if there is anything like heaven, then they are all sitting comfortably in heaven because they are saints. Then so, they are saints. Before this massacre happened, I'm still speaking about the abolition of Nigeria security services in our land. I know that this is not maybe something that we are used to. We probably have not seen where such a thing happened. But let me tell you something. You are above the Nigeria security services, and I will explain it. I'll explain it later. But I am calling for the abolition of the security services in Biafra land. Let us protect ourselves. I am not talking about protecting ourselves only in arming ourselves for self-defense. Yes, that is right. Everybody has the right to self-defense. It is your right. In fact, it is not only your right, it is your responsibility to defend yourself and defend those around you. In as much as we are looking at security in that perspective, let us also think of a permanent solution to the problem of terrorism, to the problem of killings. Those who are looking at Nigeria like the UN, what are they there for? If you are there to solve the problem of terrorism, then you know where terrorism is coming from. We the people, we are saying, let the people say, enough of Nigeria's security services in Biafra land. We want them gone. I don't think that since we already know the people that is responsible for the insecurity in the land, I don't think there is any need to be running around trying to look for solutions that are not working. It is time that we told them that are responsible for the insecurity, that they are no longer needed. Their services that brings insecurity is no more needed. There are services that instead of protecting us are killing us. It is no longer needed. When you make when you bring some elements like the hydrogen and oxygen, 2 molecules of hydrogen and oxygen, and you mix it together to form water, which is H2O, water. Instead of forming water, it forms something else. Something that is detrimental. Maybe you are supposed to drink it because you need to drink water. And then you make some acid because you put more or you put less. Are you going to drink that acid because you have already made it? No. You throw it away because it is not serving its purpose. And it is very important for us to understand the concept of the change that we want. We want a change that is absolute freedom to make a choice of how your tomorrow will be, to decide for yourself. We know those who are directly responsible for the insecurity. Let us ask all of them to leave. It is time that we told them, we no longer need your services. You are not doing what you are supposed to do. I saw the reply of Ohanes Ndebo to Nigeria Army. At least now they are speaking up. Maybe they are at least they see that they maybe what do they call it? The world configuration is changing maybe, and I applaud them speaking out. It's wonderful that they spoke out. Guru Girigiribu Gweze. I commend them. But I expect them to do more. I expect them to do more. They are not doing enough. I expect them to do more. As a matter of fact, I expect them and World Igbo Congress to lead this campaign for the Nigeria Army to leave Biafra land. They should take it up. They should campaign for these murderers to stop, to leave our land, so that they will stop, our people will stop dying, our people will stop being kidnapped. I am not talking about restricting them in their barracks. No, not at all. That will not solve the problem. Do you realize the kind of trouble that these soldiers bring to our people? You know that there are reports that the Fulani terrorists, the terrorist herdsmen, they operate from these barracks, you know. You know that there have been reports that just their house is a problem itself. That it brings in wild animals, wild beasts, terrorists. That even people are kidnapped. The victims, kidnapped victims, are found around their barracks. How can victims of terrorism be around Nigeria Army base, if not that the Nigeria Army is in tacit support with the Fulani terrorist herdsmen? How can an army of Nigeria, a country, that they go around talking territorial integrity, all of this integrity. Yet terrorists camp next to them. Terrorists camp next to them. Maybe it's through this close association that they used to find their new recruits. The terrorists they recruit into their security networks under the name of, for the army, it's repentant Boko Haram terrorists. They recruit them into the army. Who knows where they bring others from? If your army does not have the capacity to catch Fulani terrorists that are camped next to your barracks, if your army base is continually overrun by terrorists, as we have seen happen severally, we have seen it. It has happened severally. If you could not defend so many prison breaks that has become a norm, it's now normal in Nigeria. What then gives you, Nigeria army, Nigeria government, the nerve to think that we believe that you can rehabilitate a terrorist, a conk terrorist? You have not even protected your barracks. You cannot even, they live next to you and you are claiming you are not seeing them. But you are telling us that you can rehabilitate them. What gives you that nerve to tell us, to think that we'll believe that? Is it because Biden said if black people don't vote for him, then he will know they are not blacks? Maybe you are using the same tactics that they use in spreading the information that makes black people believe everything they say. Hook, line, and sinker. That was why people were jumping up then during their elections. Now, where are those people? If your army cannot protect the army itself, you think you can rehabilitate a terrorist? You can change a terrorist's identity. You can change a terrorist way of operating. You only recruit terrorists into your security networks because there is unity of purpose. You people are working together. The agenda is one. That is why you can recruit terrorists into the army and the function. They do not clash because the agenda is one. That is why T.Y. Danjuma said they collude. That you should not trust them because they collude. They collude. That is what T.Y. Danjuma said. That they collude. And Alhaji Kaubaraje, he said that APC brought in militia from Mali. That is the government, Nigeria government. They brought in militia from Mali, from Sierra Leone, from other countries. They brought them in to win 2015 election. And since then, you have seen what has become of Nigeria. And the same army is telling you that they can rehabilitate terrorists. Well, they have not even protected themselves. They can't even protect themselves. They collude. Their plans are the same, to kill the entire people living in Nigeria. That is why the killings are not only in Biafra land. If you protest in Lagos, they kill you. If you protest in, like I said, anywhere, they kill you. If you protest in Aba, they kill you. They don't, even if you don't protest, you are in your house. They come to Obibo, they massacre you. They come to they massacre you. They send their terrorists to your farms in Oshun, they massacre you. They even send their terrorists to the farm of this Yoruba professor to destroy their crops so that there will be no food. They massacre you. We all must better wake up. It doesn't matter what you think you are there to benefit. They will not ask you what your brother is or the position he is holding in Nigeria or he held in Nigeria. As long as you are not a Fulani, that's enough reason for you to die. because every Nigerian has been condemned to die by them. They imagine they first put the patron of terrorists into the position and you did nothing. You did nothing. Now they are working hard. They are jumping up and down to put a real terrorist there, a hardened terrorist. Someone that was found in the presence of a terrorist that bombed Abuja. The terrorist that bombed Abuja escaped. Imagine somebody, a terrorist, escaping, which means there are people inside that did the job, inside job. The terrorist escaped, and where did they find him? A governor's lodge. A governor's lodge. And they are jumping up to put that governor in place to rule you, to be in charge of your life. Somebody who, without, before the election, he already told his the people, his handlers, his friends in the UK, that don't worry, I will be in charge of security. The work of Buhari, our patron, will continue. Basically, the work will continue. And those who made sure that that is the case by confusing you with 2023 voting, they are now there overseas. Call all of them back now that you still have time before the terrorist takes over. Call all of them back. Let them come and help you and take this yoke off your neck. I am saying it. Call all of them back. Let them come wherever. If they are in America, they are even in a better place to campaign for your freedom. They are in a better place to campaign for your liberation. For you to have a good life. Let them speak up for you. Stop thanking God for the houses that they bought when majority of Nigerians are in abject poverty. Now you see why some terrorists, this terrorist that bombed Abuja, is walking around freely. Maybe they have even settled him with chieftaincy. And he's somewhere receiving tax from poor villagers. You know, poor villagers in the north, what they do is they invade them whenever they don't pay their tax, 20 million naira tax. Poor villagers. People who, they rely on their farms. These people, they send their cows to their farms, they eat up their crops, they still impose 20 million on them. That is what is coming to you if we do not wake up. Whether you are in, or is it which part of Lagos or not, we must all wake up. I hope that we understand the mess that Nigeria poses. I hope that we understand that mess. From a patron to a commander. From a patron of terrorists to a commander. The Biafrans who lost their lives on the 31st of March, they saw this. They saw this. They know that they knew that Nigeria is in a deep mess. And that the only solution, the only thing that will bring peace is justice. Now, they know also that Nigeria courts can't give you justice. Nigeria courts cannot give you justice. You can agree with me that Nigeria does not mean well for you. Nigeria does not mean well for me. Nigeria does not mean well for any of us. Nigeria government ran to America to cry to the media and the rest of them after massacring over 50 people. That is a country that somebody wants to sustain. After massacring over 50 people, rather than for the media in America to be asking them, but this is what you did, they went there to be talking about how America is supporting innocent people. If America is supporting innocent people, they should consider Nigeria government and their terrorism and treat them accordingly. They must take all the weapons they supplied, especially those ones they used in bombing Biafra land. We complained, we cried. Did American government speak about it? They must take action and not use this to confuse people. I do not see what the West is doing right now for those who are being killed, slaughtered in Nigeria. I don't see what they are doing. And it is not as if they don't have the ability to do something. It is not as if they don't have the ability to bring change to Nigeria, to force Nigeria government to respect the rule of law. No, they do, but they do not want. They are not doing anything. Look at this news from Icons News as I'm rounding up. It says the federal government has berated some Western countries for giving credence to the indigenous people of Biafra. This is from Icons News. The Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, gave the admonition in Washington, D.C. during his official engagement with some international media organizations and policy institutes. Recall that the minister is in Washington to engage with international media organizations and think tanks on the just concluded 2023 polls. IPOB, look at what this fool is saying. IPOB is a terrorist organization, so declared by the Nigeria government. Now, this is a terrorist organization calling peaceful people terrorists. Now, look at how does Nigeria government even stand? I mean, Nigeria government, you have lost your credibility. A government that kills its people. It is like it is like something that works against itself. You have no credibility. You are those who are actually funding terrorism. And you think people should take you serious. The fact that Nigeria government tagged IPOB as a terrorist organization, that clearly shows that IPOB is not. That IPOB is not. IPOB is a peaceful organization. A very peaceful organization. We respect the rule of law. We respect the way of the people. Let the people decide. The voice of the people is the voice of God. That is what we believe. That is the process that IPOB is taking. And Nigeria government is busy. Rather than protect the people, they kill them and run around to give them a bad name. That's how bad this government is. That's how bad it is. Let me read another news. This is from Sanusi, the former central bank governor. He says, election, since after the Civil War, we have never been divided as now. Let me ask Sanusi that is making this statement. When have you spoken against the massacre of Biafran people or the killing that your government is perpetrating in Biafra land? When have you ever spoken about it? You come out, talk about the division of Nigeria. Who divided Nigeria to begin with? Why don't you give us solutions? Why don't you give us solutions? Why don't you speak up against the ills of the government, which is causing this division? This division did not just come out of nowhere. It did not just come out of nowhere. He said the country, because of the elections, was now dangerously dividing along ethnic and religious lines. When the Fulani is what they want to do is to kill people in Nigeria and bring their people. Is that not Is that not a ethnic war? Is that not the cause of the insecurity that is happening in Nigeria? Is it not the Fulanis, your people, that are the ones who are rigging this election? Because they are in charge of security, they are in charge of governance, they are there in court, they are there in all over. All the institutions of government is in their hands. And you are here talking about the country divided. Why don't you spend your time calling out the government against the massacre of others who you think the country shouldn't be divided in such a way? Why don't you speak up? Why don't you speak up? Yes, you have seen what the problem is. But most importantly, you must see the solution. I want to also read what IPOB said to the terrorist recruiter, the person who recruits terrorists into the government. This is from Icons News, and it says, "Go and rescue Leah Sharibu before threatening us," IPOB tells Nigerian army. This is from Icons News. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has replied to the Nigerian army over the comment by its chief of army staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, that it and Eastern Security Network, ESN, are threatening the integrity of the nation. IPOB, in a statement by its media and publicity secretary, Ima Powerful, urged Lieutenant General Yahaya to rescue from Boko Haram insurgents Leah Sharibu and many others abducted from their schools, tame the violent activities of herdsmen before talking about IPOB volunteers and ESN operatives. The pro-Biafra group also urged General Yahaya to justify his claim against IPOB and ESN by showing the world where he and his officers and soldiers have been able to defend and protect their territory. The pro-Biafra group accused the chief of army staff playing to the gallery, adding that all Nigeria's territorial borders with neighboring countries are porous, and Nigeria's army could not safeguard and protect them. The Army Chief of Staff had on Tuesday warned IPOB, ESN, and others against threatening Nigeria's corporate existence. So you see, these people, they do not see terrorists as threats to Nigeria because terrorists and Nigeria are working together, because terrorists are recruited into the army. So they are working with Nigeria. So they do not see terrorism as a problem. Rather, it is those who want to stop the terrorism that they see as the problem. Let me continue. Let me read this. It says, but IPOB in response urged him to tame the activities of killer headsmen and Boko Haram insurgents. The group said, have defied and degraded the army and threatened the corporate existence of Nigeria. IPOB statement, read in part, it is pathetic that Nigeria army and their immigration counterparts could not protect their borders with other neighboring countries. Instead, the chief of army staff, his officer and soldiers are busy hunting for innocent IPOB and our forests protecting ESN operatives. We are surprised that this man does not know that IPOB is fighting for the inalienable rights and they are not threatening Nigeria. But Nigeria's government and her security agencies are threatening IPOB because IPOB is a peaceful movement seeking for inalienable rights. Nigeria Army and other security agencies have been attacking IPOB for no just cause, but they will regret fighting IPOB since the beginning of this journey to freedom. Nigeria territorial borders are porous around Cameroon, Chad, Niger, and the Benin Republic. But Nigeria army could not fight, but is ready to intimidate, harass, and humiliate innocent citizens. The general should know that IPOB is not responsible for their nightmare. It's very, very, very pathetic that this government that is meant to protect the people, this government that is supposed to protect the people, is there to kill those it is supposed to protect. Very, very shameful. And they are not even ashamed of it. They are not ashamed of it. There is this young man that was killed in Asaba, I think yesterday or day before yesterday. Onyeka. That is somebody's name, Onyeka. It is not just a name, it is somebody like you. He's from Uruala in Idiato North. This young man was selling phones in Obogologo market. This young man was in a car with his wife and his little son. He did not in his widest imagination think that that day would be his last. The Nigeria policeman asked him for money, 100 naira. Because Onyeka could not give this policeman that 100 naira. One of the policemen shot him in the head. They shot him in the head. And Onyeka died instantly. Onyeka is another you. Today, Onyeka. Tomorrow, it is Kunle. To the next day, it is whatever your name is. It becomes part of the story. It becomes part of history. That is why it is very, very important. Very, very important that we extricate ourselves from this mess, from this quagmire. Very, very important that we do that. It is very, very important that we free ourselves from this mess called Nigeria. And like I said earlier on, Pa Ayo Adebanjo made mention of the declaration of war on Nigerians when the government rigs the election. And it happened. It happened. They rigged it. They showed you whatever they even, I'm sure they are thinking in their mind, you are waking up late, that they will do whatever they want to do. It is very important that we extricate ourselves from this mess, from Nigeria. They should take their security out of Biafra land. When you see that you formed something to protect you and the thing, rather than protect you, is working against you, what do? You disband it. You disband it. They should be disbanded from our land. Let us try to protect ourselves. Let us see if we will not. Let us see if we cannot protect. Who are the people even causing this insecurity that we need protection from? It is the same army, the same security, the same Nigeria security. We don't need protection from ourselves. No, we don't. We need protection from them. So I am calling on everybody who can make this happen, who can, to take up this challenge. To take up this challenge. Because you have seen that the court cannot bring in the security, cannot even tell the security what to do. The court already said that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be freed, that he did not commit any crime. But what did Nigeria security do? The government, they said no. They rejected it. they are in contempt of the court. They don't care about the rule of law. So anybody telling you, oh, let us go to court, even if it will take 3 years, 3 years, by then, you know how many people that you would have lost in 3 years. By then, you would have cooled down. You continue again for another 5 years. By then, you would have been totally decimated. Totally decimated. Your time is now. Your time is now. Your time is now. Your time is now. Look at what this Senate Ali Ndume said. I read this yesterday briefly. He said, with my experience, if I have money, I can be Senate president. He's telling you that Nigeria is for the dogs. It has gone to the dogs. There is nothing like law. There is nothing like rule of law. Everything in Nigeria is for sale. That is what it is telling you. It is like a farm. Everything is up for sale. If people can buy the position of Senate, he is saying it because even the person that INEC put there was paid for. That person paid for his position. He paid for it. That is the type of country that you have. You cannot sustain this country no matter what you do. This place is unsustainable. It doesn't matter the president you want there. It is unsustainable. The only way that you can be free is to decide and march for your total freedom, not for Nigeria to be better. Who will better Nigeria for you? Is it not those in the legislature? They are the ones that will pass the law that becomes your way of life, your culture. How can they better your life when their responsibility there is to make sure that you do not have a better life, that you can't breathe? Listen to what this senator said. This is from a senator, so you should take it very seriously. Senator Ali Ndume, representing Borno South. Borno South. I want you to pay attention to that. You remember that Borno is where they have been massacring people. They've been massacring people. And now they've been giving the land of the indigenous people to foreigners in Borno. He said that with his experience in the Nigerian parliament, he can be the next president of the Senate. With experience, he can be the next president of the Senate. But unfortunately, he had no money to share. That is according to him. We know he has money. We know they all loot money. He has the money. But maybe he does not have as much as the others. Or maybe he hasn't collected his own share enough. But we know they have the money. They are stealing money. He said, if I'm rich and can share money as was being done presently, you see. So he's telling you this is what is being done. You share money, you get positions. He said, if I'm rich and can share money as was being done presently to get positions in the Senate. So to become a senator in Nigeria, you don't even need anything. You just need money. That is why they always tell you, Gachubego, you only need money. And when you get in there, you start looting the money. You start looting. He said, with his experience, it is enough to put him as the president of the Senate. But because everything there is how much you have, it's for sale. It is not about what the Nigerians think. No, it is about how much you can pay. How much you can pay. He said, there is nothing like considering competence. Everything was monetized. Everything. He said everything. Monetized. Even those who knew nothing about the legislative procedures, those who knew nothing, absolutely nothing about the legislative procedures, simply because they have money. They are now in the hot pursuit of the position of Senate President. What do you expect? You are from a country where your Senate President, your current Senate President, did not contest for primary election, and he paid money to your court. Your court, where your so-called leader that will give you a good life in Nigeria, that will bring you your change, Obi, is going to. He's going to. Instead of taking you out on the street, taking back the power, because the power of the court has been taken away from the court, giving you back your power in your hands. Now the court has been completely decimated, totally destroyed. You have money, they give you positions. Look at the Senate. The Senate President paid for his position. The President-elect, the so-called President-elect, paid for his position. What is not up for sale in the zoo? What is not up for sale in the zoo? He said, this man lamented that the system was now something else. Now something else. He said integrity and competence were pushed to the foreground, while any lawmaker who could afford to buy his way and could easily get the number one position in the upper legislative chamber. Anyone, if you can buy your way, you are given positions. I told you your celebrities are part of the problem. I told you, even those who are writing books for you, they are part of your problem. If you want to be free, you must stop listening to even your teachers. These people who they have you listening to them every time, yet Nigeria is where it is. They have your professors, they know everything, yet Nigeria is where it is. It is up to you. It is up to you. Look at even this news I just saw now. This is quite embarrassing. It's from Vanguard. It says Chimamanda faults US for congratulating Tinubu. Okay. That she faults US and UK for congratulating Tinubu, while others are out there buying new houses. She is faulting those who congratulated an impostor. Somebody imposed on you. Somebody imposed as your president. At least she's speaking up. At least she is speaking up. Part of the few who are speaking up. Part of the few. It is for you to go and drag all of them out. Drag all of them who can speak up for you in international spaces. Tell them, look at what you want. You want your total freedom. Go out there and demand what belongs to you. Nobody will give it to you until you take it by yourself. Nobody will give it to you. Nobody. Because after all, that thing you want, they are also enjoying it. The oil that will develop your land, the good things you want, they also want it. They also want it to develop their land and to make sure that they take over your land. This is where I'll end this program this evening. Thank you very much for staying tuned into Radio Biafra. This is Motherland. It's unfortunate. I know a lot of people wanted to continue the religious conversation, but like I said, there's really no need to continue the religious conversation. we all need to just research. We all need to go back to the past and do research. And if somebody tells you a fact, take it. It's a fact. It is not a condemnation. Even if something is wrong, you have the right to say this is wrong, without the person feeling, you are telling me this and that. No, if it is wrong, it is wrong. That is the only way we can solve it. That's the only way we can fix it. I thank you all for staying tuned in. I thank you all for listening this evening. My name remains Mazi Mbanali. Mazi Mbanali is from Olu province of Biafra land. Thank you and remain blessed. Good night.
Nnamdi Kanu, Udobundi Mozi na Walopi. Mozi na Walopi.
Okay. Continue. Just go ahead. Go ahead. We hear you now. Ndewonu. Because we could talk this thing today. Which one una prefer? Which one una like? Una like for mixture English? With it.
Mazi, for me, I'm like all of the above.
Mazi, Brace and Mazi, Zubike, they won. Actually, Ganjema. And we dey talk about religion every day. We dey talk about religion. The leadership don't come enter, look inside them, and come give us the way where we go. And only do Doraya Kanante, Makihe Basara religion. Before we go, we'll get to one thing where I go tell you and Briggs and Donald, one thing we wanna go do. You get the thing where we dey talk. Onyekwe, Chiekwe. This thing will come up for the discussion we do today. Onyekwe, Chia, and that Chia, he come enter for religion. So the religion, as they come discuss them, that the worship of super human power. Which one be that? Our people, Ndembochi, they believe in the two ways they worship. And for Bible, when I tried Abraham, I say will pray to a prayer God charge. Yeah, he don't begin to go make sacrifice. Angela say with Amma, Ebukola. No to when he can't take and down. Mazi Jonas, now you want to ask first. After that, I go ask Mazi Jonas. Iga otu nwage. When they tell you make you take and go sacrifice, Jabi, you go do them. You get 5 minutes to talk for that one.
I get how many minutes? Sorry.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Okay. See, now, I want to ask him, where aja. Okay. Although, specifically, as a human being, and when we came, we are, but all depend on aja, because aja did not know. You make a program, for example, isolation or a swaja maybe for 10 years or we swaja or aja. You can also, because come Mexico so that non-Igbo speaking Biafrans they understand what we they talk. But nonetheless, sacrifice it depends on the type of sacrifice, because there are different types of sacrifices.
Make a point come straight to you, and make them straight. The sacrifice where they make in those days, where they come from Bible, then they chop the people head.
Okay.
When the smoke begin to go heaven, it say God don't receive them. So go ahead.
Me personally, I cannot do it. To sacrifice my son or my daughter, my child, I cannot, honestly speaking. So that is the thing. So I don't know what you want me to continue. You say 5 minutes.
Yes, if you know if you take the 5 minutes, you go to Jonathan. I mean, you go to Azubike.
Okay. That is a straightforward question. Yeah. I will not be able to sacrifice. I cannot.
Okay.
That is the thing. So it depends. The recompense also, because there are many things on it. It depends on the recompense of the sacrifice. Maybe when it is sacrifice in order to for your future generations, but it's very hard. Honestly speaking, very hard. So that is what I would answer on that question.
Okay, there we go. Mazi Azubike, that question goes to you.
Biafrans worldwide. I think that's a very hard question. It's a very, very hard question. However, my input would be like, all depends on not demand the sacrifice. You understand? In the case of Abraham knew that it was God that wanted the sacrifice, that needed the sacrifice. And of course, Abraham had walked with God over the years. So he has experience with God. And he knew that God can restore anything that's stolen or destroyed or killed or bastardized. So in that instance, he has a relationship with God. So when God eventually asked him to sacrifice his son, it was easy for him because he had so much faith in God. So for him it was no big deal. So in that instance, it was easy for him to say yes. In my own instance, if God Almighty, who myself, manifests himself to me and asks me to sacrifice my son, I will do it. But just like I said, it all depends on demanding the sacrifice.
Somebody's stuff is the make noise. The reason why I asked you this question is say, where will they go? Everything where we they do today, now sacrifice will they make. And the thing where the sacrifice where we they make, now our lives will they take make up. So the thing where they have is say religion. Religion. Now the say if you look the meaning, it's saying of superhuman power of a God. And then the neighbor my hand. And before we they go, this I want our people. The reason why they ask this question is say, I want make you understand why we they here today. Because we they say church. Now the belief where you get, now your faith, the thing where you carry for mind, now in the religious go. So for this world, we get 12 different religions. 12. Not be just Roman Catholic and Anglican faith on this and that. We get Buddhism. We get Christianity. We get Roman Catholic, confiscationism, and you name it. There are plenty. They get their own faith. Make I ask you, Jonathan. For all these beliefs, all these faiths, you get Islam too. Because when we finish this thing where we talk today, make everybody go look himself for mirror. See where we they go. Mazi Jonathan. You get the people where they foreign forest of Brazil. They never see God before. They never see Bible. Before and the Ochabia no Bodai. They make our own service. They make our own God. They make our own sacrifice. They praise Chukwu Kikabiam. Now, I don't come and say get about 12 different beliefs, gods where people they serve. Mazi Jonathan, take as much time as you want when you are working on gas and opulagin on.
No, Mazi, you need to give me time, please, because I can talk more than 2 hours, please.
Okay.
You need to give us time, equal time, please. Give me time so that I channel is not once.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
I can talk 2 hours non-stop, please.
Okay, take 5 minutes.
Although 5 minutes is very little anyway, if you can make it 10 minutes, it will be...
I got we're there 5 minutes. Because this
the
question why they ask you, they go around because I go from that answer you give me, then I go ask you another question where concern the thing where you talked before. So just answer that one for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, dear friends and lovers of freedom and listeners all over the world. Thank each and every one of you. As you know, I'm Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. So now, when we talk about religion, Mazi, for a point of correction on what you said, according to record, there are more than 10,000 different religions in this world. More than 10,000. That's right. You understand? So it's not 12. So that is so you see, religion has been as old as man. You understand? So for people to understand, you cannot remove man from what we call, in Africa, before the advent of white man, we practice spirituality. It is not an organized religion. When you organize it, it becomes religion. And now religion, it could be used for conquest. That is the difference. Our ancestors has been in communion. Our ancestors has been communicating. When we talk about religion, remember, it is a language, English language as we speak, English language that named it religion. And we need to have equivalents. And the equivalent in Igbo language, the nearest equivalent is Okpukperechi. Because we didn't have religion before the advent of white men in our land. What we have is our traditions and cultures, which encompasses our spirituality. And that is why in Africa, before the advent of the white people, Africans never fought religious wars. Make your researches, please. We can fight, our people fought, when I mean our people, Africans, we fought tribal wars, which is normal. But we never fight religious wars. The coming of religious war in, let me say, in West Africa in the 17th century started in Mauritania. by Islamic jihadism. It's the same Fulani. They started Islamic jihadism, that is the starting of religious wars to impose on others their belief system. Now, before that time, Africans will go to wars with each other, but we respect the people's culture, which encompasses their spirituality, which we call religion today. Even, the spirituality of a people, it is peculiar to the people. It makes them, it is their dignity. So they hide it even from others. They don't want others to even know, because it's a secret. When you study about the ecumenical warriors, you see that the main backbone that time, they say they belong to a secret society that time. Why they recorded it as a secret society? Because it's a white man that wrote part of those things. Why they call it secret society is they believe on something, they have something that the white people didn't know. So that is why they call it secret society. That was our spirituality. And that is why they were able to resist the white people. Even the huge technological arms of the British, they were able to resist them for 31 good years. White man say they belong to a secret society, just like what they try to demonize it into calling it a secret society because they didn't know it. So for them it's secret, but for us it is our culture. It is part of our tradition. We do things. We pray to Chukwu. We pray to our God the way we're supposed to be according to our culture. White man now call it secret society. The same way they mentioned, during the time of transatlantic slavery, the white masters, they prohibited the slaves from gathering and practicing their own spirituality also. They call it voodoo that time. African spirituality, because they believe that with it, people can be radicalized and they have extra power in order to rise up against the white masters. It happened in many places during that time, according to history. So they banned it. You understand? Because they believe that when they call the spirits will come, they used to come and help them to fight. That is what the white people believe, because they didn't know it. That is why they called it secret society. So we have been engaged in what you call religion today, but I call it spirituality. Religion was used in order to enslave us, to conquer us. Foreign religion, the whole foreign religions, they are used in order for enslavement and for conquest, not for any other thing. I don't know whether my 5 minutes is over. I stop. You let me know.
Yeah, you get 1 minute left, but if that's fine.
Okay.
Finish it. You get 1 minute left.
Okay. So what am I trying to say? In this restoration efforts, we have to make sure that we sanitize our brains. Everything should be revealed unto us as a people. We have the right to know. Because that is how Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started. He started by revealing everything to us, because you cannot know the truth. I used to say it in my platform without hearing it. And hearing it is not enough. You hear it, you go and make researches in order to know it. Once you know the truth, now even Bible said it, now the truth shall set you free. Hearing the truth cannot set you free. You need to know it. And you cannot know it without making more researches, open-minded researches. That is the reality. Now when you block your mind and say no, it becomes one-sided. That truth might be falling like when you throw water on a stone, because you have chosen a path. So the restoration of Biafra is a revolution, and we go into all these things more in details. I think all these things are preamble. Let me stop here, Mazi.
There were Mazi, Jonathan.
And Mazi, Jonathan, I love your comments, the statements you made. They are really good. And religion is a terrible thing for me. To me, it's a terrible thing. It's a thing that nobody should even very clear to address. You stated categorically that there are over 12,000 types of religion, right? Which is correct. They are as complex as it is. That is why it is good for us not to dabble into that whole thing. With regards to Biafra, we always call upon the name of Chukwu Ikiabiyama, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? So, and we all know how Abraham worshipped God. He offered him sacrifices on altars, and also had faith in God. You see, that was why God called him his friend. You know, so we should not mix things. There's something I also want to add to adjust to what Mazi Jonathan said. He said Africa never had religious wars. That's not true. The Fulani started the religious war. they started it long ago from Medina, and then they crossed into the sub-Saharan and then overcame those northern Africans. That is why they are predominantly Muslims today, and also they infiltrated Nigeria, space, and then were able to dominate and conquer some of the people in the north, and then of course in the east where we are, I think they stopped. You know, they could not overcome us. So there has been religious war all along, and you can imagine what religion can bring. You know, the idea of religion. Somebody believes his system is superior to the other people. So that is why I don't want us to go into full details. Now, if you want to address those of us that practice one form of religion or the other, I think you're going to have a Herculean task, in the sense that for example, the fallout of what we are experiencing nightly today is a testament to that fact. You know, even in Christianity, we have 1,001 denominations who disagree with themselves or amongst ourselves. You understand? So my advice is, who made people the arbiter of those who knows the right religion and the wrong religion? Who made you the arbiter of that? What is your yardstick to assume that position, to know the right way of worship and the other people don't know? Why do you castigate other people or other people's belief system? These are the areas where we're having differences. So that is why I said from all along, please, Biafra restoration is primary. Every other thing is secondary. If you bring in religion into this matter, it is going to bring chaos. And it is going to bring chaos. Because even if you have one denomination, you are under the same denomination with a particular person, your interpretation of the Bible or your comprehension of the Bible differs. And the application of the word also differs. So it is a complex thing. I don't want to be a religious crusader, anti-religious crusader, where I will stand somewhere and be dictating to people, oh, this is the right way. Our forefathers did this. Our grandfather did this. Our grandfather did that. No. If anything is sustainable, then those practices should have been sustained in our society in the early centuries. Those religious ritualism practiced by elders would have been sustained. It would have sustained itself if it was genuine. So that means somebody dumped the belief system and embraced another one. I don't even want to go into the impact of Christianity in our society. That's another topic for another day, but we can talk about it if you want to, sparingly, you see. So religion for me is too dangerous. It's very dangerous. And the easiest way to dislodge or dissolve or mesmerize or put into disarray any organization or any group of people or whatsoever is by injecting religion. You see. So my question is this: why do you arrogate yourself to that level, that level of judge, that level of authority to know?
Time is up.
So anything you have Everything you have read in terms of religion is written by a man. And every man to his own interpretation and belief. You see, so you cannot impose what you read by your research on other people. This is, you see, one of the problems I have and one of the situations I challenge people is in the area of, I've read this book, I've read that book. I don't want to jump into, the only books that I have respect for is scientific books because they are factual. Any book, any other book written by any man out there in the name of, I want to give you the history of this and the history of that. Were you there in the 16th century to know what happened there? Who gave you that information?
Mazi,
let us slow down.
Mazi, Donald, you've taken more time than allotted to you. So we go back. Anything you can always carry, but we go systematically. I know why I asked both of you that question, because before I asked you that question, I made mention about the Indians in Brazil. The Indians in Brazil. See, they've never seen church before. They don't know anything about anything. And when this was in the late 70s and early 80s, then Americans started going to the Brazilian forest to Christianize them. The question is this: faith. I want our people to know why we are holding this discussion. Faith, what you believe in.
Maybe it's a distraction. Maybe. Oh yeah. We are not hearing you. I think somebody distracted your line. Maybe. I think. Mazi, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Good.
So, the Indians in Brazil, they have not been exposed to anybody, except when the missionaries started invading there. The question I want to ask you is this, each of you, 5 minutes. Upon all the beliefs, upon all the religions, they have one thing in common: they believe in God. Now, are you going to tell me, I want each of you to handle this in a very professional manner. The Indians have their own. If their belief is different, are you telling me that they will not go to heaven if there is one? Or is it only the Roman Catholics, the Anglicans, and the predominant churches that will go to heaven? I want you to look at it on that side, because it will lead you to something else I'm going to ask you. So if these people that have not been exposed to Christianity, are you telling me that when they died, they did not go to their God? What do you think about that? Jonathan, 5 minutes.
Okay, Mazi, before I continue what you're saying, because it's a specific question, which maybe might need more time anyway, but let me address some issues being raised by Mazi Donald. First of all, when I talked about, maybe he didn't listen to me attentively, I don't know. When I talked about Africans will never fought religious wars, what I mean religious wars, our indigenous religion, because before Islam came to Africa, Africans were practicing our spirituality, as I said, which we call religion today. So, the advent, the genesis of religious wars started by foreigners. That's it. I said it that the Fulanis brought Islamic jihadism, which is the start of religious wars in Africa. It started in the 17th century. So before that time, we have been existing. We fought wars, yes, but like you can see, Benin Empire try to conquer the Aworis of the present-day Lagos, which we call today, but they never imposed their religion on them. Even their religion, Africans used to protect their religion. I'm calling it religion, but it is spirituality. But for people to understand what I'm saying, I'm calling it religion. Now, for example, the Benin Empire, they don't impose wars. Even if they conquer the Aworis or the Iwis, they don't allow them to even to even go on their religion, to practice their religion. So they allow them to practice their own religion, because their religion is personal. It is their secret, it is their dignity. That is what I mean. But The Fulanis brought religious wars in our land. You know, Fulani, they were strangers. They were strangers, even in West Africa. Islam is not African. It's from Arab. So Africans are not Arab. That's what I mean. You never hear maybe somebody from Dahomey. They conquer maybe the Tui of Ghana and impose their religion on them. That is what I mean. So that is number one. Number two, when you talk about arrogation of powers, we don't condemn any religion or attack any religion. As time goes on, there is a clip I will play so that we listen. Or from Mazi Nnamdi told me just 2 minutes or less that. You know. Now, when you talk about who arrogated, which book do you read? Is it not written by human being? If you have that mentality, which means you yourself, you cannot even be who you are today. Because you are who you are by you practice whatever you practice by people telling you. You read. If you are saying what you are saying today, you cannot even follow Mazi Nnamdi because many of the things also he said, historical facts. These are factual. Now, Nigeria as a country is a creation and imposition of the British, which is mostly to their own benefits. I'm coming, please. Listen, imposition to indigenous people are never organic. What we are doing, what I am doing, my own focus, our own focus, is not to arrogate. No person, I am not a judge, not a jury, but what we are preaching is for us going back to our values. That values that our ancestors had. Because when Arochukwu was there, the white man came to our land at the beginning, at the early time. They saw many things that we were doing, our ancestors were doing, performing things.
Mazi Jonathan, hold on, Mazi Jonathan. I asked you. You see, the question I asked you will be leading you to what you're just answering now, because I asked you. The Indians that never saw any religion, when they died, did they not go to their God? You see, I wanted to lead you to somewhere which you've already dived into it. So it will, it's something you have to go by the procedure. Because if you see the way we are being told to pray this, go this way, go that way, then I'm asking you, all these Indians, all these people that don't believe in God, are you telling me that when they die, they'll go to hellfire? That's really what I'm asking you. So if you give me the answer, then I'll, Donald will reply, then I'll take you to something else. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me answer that in this way. First of all, when you talk about heaven or hellfire, it is still the same thing that Mazi Donald said. How do you know? They told you. You cannot tell me that even for example, the Amazonians in America and other people that didn't call maybe a religion, they don't believe in God. I don't believe that. They believe but in their own way. That is the thing. They believe in their own way. So when you ask of heaven, if they die, are they going to heaven or hell? First of all, in their own way, do they have heaven or hell? That is what you should ask. That is what, because for example, the Hindus, they don't believe in heaven or hell. They believe in reincarnation, cycle of life. When you go, you come. If you do something good, you can come back and become more rich person. If you do something bad, if you're a horrible person, you can die and come back as a monkey. That is why in India they don't kill. You see monkeys and cows, they move along on the streets. Because they were past human beings according to their religion. So you are asking this question based on what we are meant to believe. You understand me? Of which, first of all, is how do you determine that there is something like that? That is the reality, because our ancestors, we never, even in our own belief system, our own traditional belief, we believe in reincarnation, going and coming back. and we believe in working hard, making things happen, doing things. You know, that is our value. That is what I'm saying. We go back. It's not that we are preaching, oh, this is right. The religion brought by Islam, by Arabs, Islam, is good for them. It is their value. In their own country, in their own nations, the Christianity is good for them. In their own way, in their own nations. But why should we be fighting with this under this foreign religion? Like Dr. Donald said, you have different denominations of all these religions in our land, and they are fighting each other. They don't marry this one, don't marry this one, this one don't marry this one. Why is it we are seeing all these things that is scattering our land? But in our, you see somebody calling his own brother an unbeliever, a cheater. You are own brother. Why? Because of what they brought you to believe. Now you start fighting against your brother, even if it is not physical fighting, but you don't take him as a full-fledged brother again. Now you take the Archbishop of Canterbury as your brother more than your own blood brother. Is it not the same way the Fulanis conquered the Hausas? Ottoman Danfodio entered into Hausa land. He entered into Hausa land and started preaching hatred among brothers. Had it been the Hausa people stood their ground and retained their own self, their religion, they wouldn't have been conquered. And when Mazi Donald also talked about if the sustainability of our religion, that if our ancient belief is sustainable, we wouldn't have been conquered. That is very wrong, way of thinking. Because other religion,
why will you say it's wrong way of thinking? You see, you shouldn't say that that's the wrong way of thinking. Let's not judge. It is from this discussion we make conclusions. Go ahead. You have about a minute and a half left. You've taken 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, why I asserted that maybe it needs to be corrected. Let me put it like that. Do you know why? Because people are corrected. People are conquered. Even the Israelis you are calling today, when was Israel found? The new Israel became a country. It was 1948. Their religion, everything, their land, they were conquered completely, more than 2,000 years. So, anybody can be conquered, any people could be conquered. The problem, what matters is the way you sustain your values. The Jews today, the Jews of Israel today, they sustain their values right for many thousands of years. They were persecuted, they were killed, they were slaughtered, their properties burnt in Europe. But you cannot, judge that, if our religious belief or our spirituality could save us, it could have been sustained. No. That is what we are resuscitating. Because we see that this thing they bring to us as a foreign religion, it is not doing us any good. As a people, I'm not talking about individual goodness, no. Because you might be having fun as an individual, you might benefit as an individual, but we judge with our collectivity. After all, Nigeria, some Biafrans are getting some individually benefiting from Nigeria. So, but why are we now agitating to restore our country?
Yeah,
because we want something that is good for us, all of us. So that is where I'm going. Mazi, I don't know, you interrupted.
Yeah, your time is up. You got 11 minutes.
Okay, go.
Yeah. Mazi, Jonathan, go ahead.
Mazi, let me say this real quick. I drew something from what Mazi Jonathan said initially. He said that Africans, we are peace until the Fulanis came and everything, that we have indigenous religion or belief system or spirituality that we followed, and there was peace and tranquility. Now, you can equally agree with me that the injection of or the invasion of North Africa by the Arabs using religion caused a rift or created a rift which is ongoing today. So that proves my point that anytime you inject religion in whatever you're doing, you are looking for trouble, because religion is a thing that everybody should run away from. That's a part. Now, in the question of the Muslim the Hindus or the Indians that didn't believe in God, go to hell or hellfire. This is where I will introduce my own belief system. I'm a Christian. I believe in the Bible. I believe in the Word of God. So now, if most of our people don't believe in the Word of God, and they claim that the Bible is a white man religion and everything, yet they believe in Abraham. They mention the name of Abraham, okay? And then, on the other hand, you said, all the white religion, all the white man book, white man religion. No, there are historical facts, physical historical facts that exist in Israel today, which attest to the fact that Jesus was here. God is alive. Jesus is real. So, and which the Bible commented or spoke about. You see, there is no denying that. So it's like we are trying to embrace certain aspects of Christianity and then push away some aspect of it. No. Now, if you claim that you are a Biafra and you believe in Omenala, you want to go back to the ways of your forefathers and everything, which is good for you. But mind you, everybody stems from Abraham. Everybody stemmed or came from Abraham. So now, if you say white man religion and Abraham is in the Bible, aren't you contradicting yourself? Aren't you trying to create havoc or rifts amongst us? You see, so that I've always said this. Please, I don't like religious bring religious topic into our midst. Let everybody believe in what they believe in. And then I always say this. Nobody has any right to be a judge over another man's belief system and claiming that your own is right, what you think is right. No, you do not have that right. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot impose his will. Just as Mazi came out and said that he has something to play about Mazi and what our leader said, I equally have voice note of our leader to play. He clearly stated it, that anybody and everybody is free to worship whenever they choose to worship. Freedom of worship. But the moment you begin to criticize, condemn, I'm not saying nobody should criticize servants or the carrier of their messages or their pastors or their teachers or their rabbis or anything. I'm not saying that. You can. I'm one of the people that criticizes Christian being leaders and all that because of their laxity and their looseness and their docility. They sit by and watch these people, these infidels, kill our people all over the place, and they can't say anything. What kind of Christians are they? What kind of do they even know the Bible? You see, so I am one of those people that criticize those so-called men of God. I don't have anything respect for them. Okay, so we can restrict or contain or control or direct our anger in that fashion. But to bring in religion, I will not allow you to insult a man that is practicing Hindu. Neither will I allow you to insult a man that is practicing Judaism or Islam. I will not, because you don't want to know the people I associate with, even in my college or in my place of business. Diverse people with diverse religious beliefs. So we have to embrace everybody. Now, let me come to the question of heaven or hell. Much as I believe in the Bible, which states, Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and life. No one comes to the Father except through me. So that is a categorical statement, and it is unchangeable. The Bible says the word of God remaineth forever; it will never go away. You see, so that is a fact. Anybody that don't believe in Jesus Christ, well, God knows where He will put you, and I know where He will put you. I don't want to make mention of any place, but I believe in the Bible. I believe that the Bible is the word of God, and I believe that a white man did not write Bible. at the end of the day, if you want to check into historical facts and beliefs, white man did not write the Bible. Okay, so let us not let us not arm ourselves with falsehood and run around our family, IPOB family, with falsehood and accusing and claiming and trying, like somebody said, I got as you know, and that means you have started, you want to fight a war. You have left the Muslims, the Fulanis, that are out there to take your father's and your grandfather's land and my own grandfather's land. You have abandoned that. You have abandoned those that are out there to kill your brother, your father, and maim your sister, and rape your mother and aunts and cousins, female cousins and all that. And then you want to face me because I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in the Word of God, and in which you call white man religion. That is dangerous. That is illegal. It's poisonous. You see, why don't you let me believe in what I believe in, and you believe in what you believe in? Let's see. I will not even categorically say, oh, those Indians are going to hell, because I can't judge them, but I only say things based on the Word of God, which says, Jesus said, declared, I am the way, the truth, and life. No one comes to the Father except through me. You see, so we are in IPOB to restore Biafra. All of a sudden, people came up, even to the extent some people use the word F Jesus. You know, fuck Jesus. You know, so and then this man one man you are telling the story you are telling today, please. Yeah, so you say you love me. We came together because we have kindred spirit. We have one mind, one goal. Our one goal and one purpose is to restore Biafra. Why then do you allow religion to creep in? And then only had addressed this in the past. So I remember clearly when somebody challenged him, said this. Okay, fine. And only had also declared that Biafrans will not worship idol. I posted it on my page. We are not going to worship idols. So now that is a categorical statement. Now, how is anyone going to enforce that? I don't know. But I don't worship idol. Okay, so let us not dig into religious matters. I don't have the ability to send anybody to hell or heaven. Only God does. And also, I can also make this comment. People have had experiences of hell and heaven. People that died temporarily and came back to earth, they gave testimonies. Those things are all over the place. If you like, pay attention. If you don't like, don't pay attention. But those are categorical facts, that there is hell and there is heaven. Okay, which the Bible also identifies that there is hell and there is heaven. He used the poor man Lazarus and the rich man, analogy to declare that. Okay, so I don't have the ability or power to accord somebody hell or heaven. The only thing I can say is that Jesus is the way, the truth, and life. No one comes to the Father except through Him. And for me, not just for me, I believe that the Bible is the Word of God. I believe that the Bible is not a white man's Jesus, white man religion. It's not. It is God's word. In verbatim, in total, there is no denying of it. Everything speaks about God. Everything you see, the trees, the mountains, the shrubs, the green shrubs, the waterways, the oceans, look at the expanse of space. Everything attests to the fact that there is God. And the Bible says only a fool will say in his heart that there is no God. Okay, so I'm a believer of Christ. My only cry, my only outcry, my only war, my only fight is to say, stop religious attacks. Of course, Mazi said, you said there is no religious attacks, and that's not true. There were religious attacks within IPOB, and which caused some ripples. And I don't. Why would I want to fight my own brother and sister? Why would I want to hate my brother and sister? Religion? Okay. If religion is the problem, then let's drop the religious matter or religious topic.
Yeah, your time is up.
So that's what I can say so far.
Okay. Now, that's the foundation we just laid. Now I will go to this one. both of you have expressed your religious belief, what you think is right and what you think is wrong. We are here in Biafra, and we are here in diaspora, and we are everywhere, being scattered. When I started, I said, Onyekwe Chiekwe. This line of question goes to both of you as to what we are going to do to survive as Biafrans. Both of you have references made by our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is not a religious war amongst Biafrans. It is our perception. The people killing us are killing us in the name of religion. The denomination we have are the same people supporting the people killing us. And you have those that are catering for us religiously, not helping us survive. How can you correlate the activities of these priests, knowing that religion is part and parcel of the belief system of Ndibo? And not only that, all of you know that there are different beliefs in Igbo land before the white men came. Can two of you tell me what we are going to do? Because we are not going to fight this war. We are not going to save ourselves with religious confusion. Mazi Jonathan, is there any sort of pathway you can carve out where Biafrans, regardless of your belief, whether you are Roman Catholic, whether you are Latter-day-Saints, whether you are Faith Tabernacle or what, can you say this is what we are going to do so that we can be focused? Because right now, due to certain statements and counter statements, now we have seen what religion is doing to us. What is your opinion as to what we have to do to move forward from here? Mazi Jonathan. Mazi Jonathan.
I think I think something happened to his line. I think he checked out. Something happened to his. Hello?
Yeah, Mazi Jonathan.
I think something happened to his line. I'll call to go. He may rejoin the conversation. He joined the conversation.
Okay.
So I can go ahead and answer the question. I can answer the question while he prepares himself. The question is what are we going to do?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you hear the question I asked?
Yeah, please. Yeah, just okay, let me move forward. I hope you guys are hearing me.
If you didn't hear the question, I'll rephrase it. Did you hear what I asked?
Yeah, I asked, but not all. The later.
Okay.
I didn't hear the latter.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So, entering into your question, like as you said on here, before I do that, let me also go back to what Mazi Donald said. They're talking about religion in Biafra restoration, that it will bring war.
No, Mazi, Jonathan, let me rephrase. No. Look, we don't have all day. Let me rephrase it so that we will focus, because what I asked you, this question I asked is directly coming from what the answers both of you gave. I said that we believe, we have our own belief system. And that belief system have led us to say, Biafra, Chukwu Okike Abiyama, Ainefe. Anything we do, we call Chukwu Okike Abiyama. And now the pastors, the churches, all those people that are supposed to protect us are not protecting us religiously. Therefore, being that this has taken part of our focus away from what we're supposed to do, and having laid the foundation as to what religion has brought into our struggle, what do we do? Where do we go from here? It's not whether I'm going to say this or say, where do we go from here?
Okay, Mazi Nnamdi lays a foundation, a very good foundation. That is why Mazi Nnamdi said, Biafra is our religion. You understand? So that is our priority, first religion. When you make something your religion as Biafra, you don't have to be, forced by any other religion, because all others become secondary. That is number one thing, because Mazi Nnamdi laid this foundation. As I said, please, I know it is not going to be loud, just few seconds. Can you listen to this, please? Let me. So what this man is a caller. Maybe people didn't hear correctly. Exactly the same thing we are treating today. That bringing religious issue into our struggle is going to scatter everything. Are you fighting? He asked our leader. He said, "Are you fighting Christianity in our land? Are you fighting Christianity?" That is a simple question he asked our leader. He said, "If you continue this way, you are going to be." That is, the people will run away from you. That is what it means. This is Biafra you are talking. Talk about Biafra. Remove anything about Christianity. Otherwise, people will see it as you are fighting a religion. You understand? So, but Mazi, I want to bring just 2 seconds, 3 seconds, what the beginning of Mazi Nnamdi answered him, please. The beginning of what Mazi Nnamdi answered him, he replied to him, this, please do not be offended. I will bring it to you so that we treat, because all these things have been treated before. Please, just 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Now, okay, listen. Do you hear him? Mazi Nnamdi said he's not fighting Christianity. He's not fighting religion. But we are fighting the ignorance of our people, of black race. Because there is no need restoring a country whereby religious bigots, whereby idiots, that is, I'm paraphrasing our leader, he called it, he said, whereby idiots will be there using religious sentiment, and the country will not be developed. So what is the, he said, what is the, if it is like that, what is the essence of fighting for Biafra? Because we have to indulge in religion. And now give our people options. Make our people know. Give our people, knowledge. So that they will research and know which one, what is, we are not, castigating anybody. You have not seen me, you can quote another person, but I want you to quote me in my programs. That is what I'm saying. So, when you talk about, this religion bringing problem, it has been right from time immemorial. This has been the argument of some people. It is not. Because what we are doing is a revolution. It is not ordinary fighting for independence. After all, Nigeria fought for independence. It wasn't a revolution. Why is American independence was termed or is still termed a revolution? Why? Because they changed from the status quo. Because Americans, though they were colonized, they colonized, but they wanted to be independent, not according to the system before. In European motherland, they experimented on something different from their end. America is an experimental country. Because that time in Europe, there were monarchs, feudal systems, but America said, no, we have to do away with all this. That is a revolution. So, our fight for Biafra, it is a revolution. It is not only flag independence. What I mean by revolution is this. We have to sanitize our people's heads so that they will understand. They will understand and be able to make choices. Because we have been, we have been there in the status quo for so long. Now, my brother, I want to ask listeners, this religion that is in our land today, before I posted sometime in my timeline how under our ancient values, how if a man grows up to an age grade as a man, now his age grade, we gather and build a house for him. Of which he will also be doing that to others. That is collectivity. Today, no more that. Why? Because one person belongs to one church, the other one belongs to another church. Now, this one is an unbeliever, the other person is this, the other person is that. They take all our problems. Listen, all our problems, whenever you go to any church, your problem is your village people. When we talk about freedom of worship, look, the people that came and conquered us, killed our people. Listen for your information, Christianity came into Igbo land in 1857, 182 years ago. 1841, 1857. You understand? 182 years back. Before that time we have been living. How can you tell me that people that came, they killed us in order to Christianize us? Now you are telling me that, look, for us talking about going back to our roots, you say no, it's no more religious tolerance. For me, it doesn't make sense. Because these people, this religion we are talking about today, we were killed in order to be imposed on this religion. That is the alma mater, the bedrock of it. Whether it's a historical fact. John Paul went to travel to Canada last year. What did he go there to do? To apologize to the indigenous population there in Canada, the American Indians there, of what their atrocities committed by the Catholic Church. What are the atrocities? Are they not Christianized? What were the atrocities? Because they recognize that. Why shouldn't we think back and say, oh, these people committed atrocities in our land? King Leopold II killed more than 15 million Congolese in order to Christianize them. And all these things, we don't take them into context. We are talking about, when you talk about Christianity, you say, if you are bringing historical facts, they say you are attacking Christianity. That is what this guy asked Nnamdi directly. He said you are attacking Christianity. Because Nnamdi said Christianity must go in or be relegated in our land so that common sense will come. And Nnamdi answered him what you had. that no, we are not attacking Christianity, we are attacking the idiocy of our people, because they have infused our people with this idiocy. Now everybody continues on his own personal miracle instead of the collectivity we have. That is our value, and that is the core value Biafra struggle is bringing into our life, something that we have forgotten because of this, because they will tell you that no, your brother is that person far away. Now it's your brother, but that your blood brother is no more your brother, because he didn't believe what you believe. Is that right? They came and scattered till today. They are cutting down our economic tree, saying that it is demon, that it is the cause of problem. Why? Because of this religion. They scatter our antiquities. They say no, it is demonic. Now it is not freedom of worship. People that are suffering all these things, they will cry and nobody will listen to them. People will applaud it and praise God. Now, but when we say no, this thing, it is our heritage. Because when you go to other places abroad, outside, you see the museums full of Igbo antiquities, full of Benin antiquities, full of Black African antiquities, and you pay in order to go there. That is our civilization. But they demonize everything. That is why I always ask, is it the right thing for you, for me, to take somebody in Rome as my brother, more than my own blood brother, Mazi, Donald Azubike, as my brother? Is it reasonable? Is it not the same thing the Fulani use in conquering the Hausas? They tore them apart. Foreign religion is tearing us apart. That is the truth. It is tearing us apart, causing confusions in our villages. Everything, when you fail in your business, you go, they'll tell you that it is your village people. Because a man of God has said it. It is, all these things is what I say, my goodness me, why can't we be united and go back to our roots? Our root is Onyagala one day. Our root is, when you cry, other people, your brothers will come around without looking at, oh, this is from Kumuyi church, this is from this and that church. No, that should be relegated to the background. We are IPOB, one family. Religion should not, if we believe in this IPOB, let me tell you, then no religion should have any effect on you. It doesn't matter. You understand me? So when you are quoting people, Mazi, with all due respect, you quote other people, quote me. I want you to be quoting me, what you have been hearing me say, not what others say. Because that is the bone of contention. Anybody have the right. I can go on Facebook now and start talking anything I want. You cannot control the person. But what we are talking about is here. Is here on Radio Biafra. That is the main thing, because that is where when people hear about it, they talk. Today also, when you make about the word somebody you use the same thing today. It's a story you are telling. The same way the person told a story. I say he used the effort on this, which is a story. As you said this thing now, there's no way I can stop you from, because you are telling a story. You are making a statement. So why should somebody take it personal? It's a question I am asking, please. The situation is this. Why Nigeria remove history from our school is for people not to hear the truth. For people not to understand history, what happened to us. You understand? Now, in our own, this restoration effort, which is a revolution, because if we are going to go in a restoration, in a Biafra, whereby do as you want, how do we make our laws? America today, they are founded on a Judeo-Christian ideology, but they bring up, if you can worship anything you want, but the bedrock, the bedrock of every country is on their belief system, their values. That is what we are trying to do. Because if we don't do this thing now, it will be war when Biafra come. Because even Igbo Muslims will come. If you want to do weekend on Sunday, they say no. This one say we are Muslims. You have to. The law here will be Friday. We have to make it Friday. So how do you ratify? Colonize the ideology. That is why Biafra is our core ideology. It is only when you talk about Biafra, our values, that we should be highly annoyed. I cannot start fighting for something they brought to me through conquest, through killing. Because if all these things, you go to look at, let me tell, for please, Mazi, if I still have some time, let me say this. It's a historical fact. I don't know whether I am still there. Yes, I am. You see,
you don't have the time.
You see,
but go ahead. I'll give you 2 extra minutes. Go ahead.
You see the Europeans that occupy Americas today. When I mean Americas, it's not only USA, from Canada to Argentina. They were Europeans. Yes. They exterminated almost all the indigenous people. These people, let me tell you, they were called the Huguenots in Europe. The Protestants being killed and exiled in European countries. Now they were exiled. Organizations were made for them for organized exile. Many of them went to Americas, USA, Canada, Colombia, Honduras, Argentina, all. And some also came to South Africa. Now, these are people that be Protestant. Yes, they protested against the teachings of Roman Catholic, which is the founder of Christianity, because whether we like it or not, Christianity was started by the Roman Catholic Church. The Council of Nicaea gave us the Bible we are using today. That is a historical fact. It's all these things, when we talk it, some people take offense and say, why should we talk about this? It's a historical fact. Now, these people, if they are really God-fearing, why should they come to other people's land and start killing them, calling them savages? In South Africa, it was only in 1990 or 1994 that apartheid was removed. People fought for it. The indigenous people fought for it. Who imposed discrimination, open discrimination, apartheid? It is still the same religious people, the same people that are shouting hallelujah, that they were persecuted in Europe and they ran down to South Africa, to America. They started killing other people. Do you see what religion can do? It is all just a weapon of conquest and nothing more. When you talk about all these things, maybe heaven, hell, it is all these things they use, as a kind of to get people. Otherwise, why should you kill me in order to Christianize me? Why is the same thing the Fulanis are doing? Why should you kill me in order to Islamize me? So you love me, you want me to go to heaven, right? But you are killing me? It doesn't make any sense. What I want, I can say about Islam in other land is their religion. They use it to build their, after all, Saudi Arabia is one of the
Your time is up, Mazi.
What you say, you are not a Muslim. No. It's a religious tolerance. But there are things you shouldn't do there. They will now remind you that, look, remember we are Muslim community. The same thing to other places.
Your time is up, Mazi.
Okay, thank you. Let me stand by. Go on, please.
Mazi, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Let me also play, because many people quote Oyindu out of context sometimes. Hold on 1 second. Let me play Oyindu's voice note. And if you're hearing me well, let me indicate if you hear me well. Pay attention, please. I hope, did you all hear that?
It wasn't clear, but go ahead. We know.
Yes.
It's not.
It wasn't clear.
Yeah.
You want me to replay it because it's just a couple minutes. Huh?
Go ahead.
I had it. Can I explain also? You can.
Yes.
Explain what it
So first of all, number one, Oyindu did not say that he wants to eradicate Christianity. No. didn't say that because he already made that statement. The guy man at church pastor, he didn't make that statement. That's a misconception of or misinterpretation of only these words. Most of the times, most of our leaders in IPB, some of our leaders, not most, sorry, some of our leaders in IPB misinterpret and misconstrue the words of Onyendu. You know, and again, there's also this saying Onyendu makes all the time. Biafra is our religion. Most of us don't understand this phrase. Biafra is our religion means that you surrender every religion you are carrying on your head and drop it on the floor and embrace Biafra and carry and lift up Biafra and place it on your head and carry it on your head. That is what that means. Okay? Except if Onyendu, based on what the submission of Mazi Jonathan is making today, except if Onyendu wants to make experiment with religion, I know he is a wise man. He will not make that experiment. You cannot experiment with actually with religion. That will be chaotic. You see? So I don't want to go there. You know. So now, if you begin to castigate or use Christian fallouts as examples, what about the Umilaras? What about Ordinaras? What about the other people? So your focus is only on Christianity. That is wrong. But the fact of the matter is, while you are attacking your fellow brother of the belief system, or you will say you want to correct the person with my belief system, why don't you also attack Islam? You see, that's a logical question. Why don't you? Says F to Jesus or fuck Jesus. That means if you say I should not take it personal, it's an insult on my emotions and it's an insult on my personality and as to all Christians at large. You cannot use derogatory words on somebody I believe in and you claim that you love me and you use derogatory words on the person that I believe in and you expect me not to take it personal. That is a wrong assumption. That means somebody must be living in another planet. I remember clearly when I made reference or I made a comparison of our ancestors to the earth Jesus. I know that my brother Mazi Jonathan got so furious. He became so upset. And then at the end, he hung the phone on me. You see, so that means he was not able to tolerate that according to him, not the ancestors. But he's able to embrace somebody and was not able to correct somebody that said, fuck Jesus, in the program where he anchored. These are disparities. That is one of the reasons why I keep saying, let us leave religion alone. No single individual. But I can even ask you a rhetorical question. How are you going to execute the going back to our roots? Because for one, I will not partake of it. And millions of us cannot partake of it. Okay? So the people that burnt shrines and altars and whatever, they invited the Christians to burn their shrines. Nobody went into another man's compound with impunity and burned down their shrine and burned down their altars and their artifacts and went away with impunity. Nobody did that. Most of those burning were done by the invitation of the families involved. For example, my grandfather was an idol worshiper until the day he embraced Jesus Christ. He called the church members and the church elders and leaders and everybody to come and burn his own idols. I'm a typical example of that. You see, so the idol and the images in my father and my grandfather's compound were all burnt to ashes. You see, so let us not go into all this argument. You see, and again, let me also address this issue. They say, why can't agreement with anybody who came with the word of peace and religion and word of Christ killing any other person? You should also be mindful of the fact that there are many carriers of Christianity, many carriers of the Bible, who don't even know what is written in the Bible. You will be shocked. You will be so surprised that many people carry the Bible, they don't even know what is written in it. And even if they read it and they feel they understand it, they misapply it. They apply it in the wrong way. Why would somebody who is bringing the good news, which is the gospel of Jesus Christ, take it upon himself or herself to kill and subjugate and oppress somebody? That means that person did not read his Bible very well. You should not use the actions of that person to judge the rest Christians. That is wrong. Absolutely wrong. You see, so we have to be very mindful of how we categorize things and what we say. You see, I can even read, there is even, if you say religion is not bringing problem in IPOB and everything, I can easily read the message of one of our coordinator. I mean, two coordinators in IPOB. Two coordinators boasting of how he has sacked the Christians. They dare not pray in the name of Jesus in his listen. And I'm a member, and that person is a member of the same IPOB that I believe in. Somebody restricting another person for exercising his rights, religious rights. Tell me, are we living in Saudi Arabia now? Are we in Kuwait now or Yemen? Are we living in Yemen? That we have two coordinators in IPOB, and they are members. Some of them are members of DOS. Possibly that they will not allow Christians to pray in the name of Jesus as long as they are in that place. They even sack them. Some other person is shouting somewhere that the other person is effing Jesus. The other person is saying, the leaders did not say you should not preach on or speak on the deceit and lies of religion. Rather, you should condemn it. We should not condemn our comrades. All kinds of misinterpretations. You see, so my brother, calm down. And I will also tell some of your followers to calm down. Christians were not bad people. I did not propose to kill you. The people that brought Christianity or that religion to the people of old did whatever they did. But that is not the true Christianity. That is not, Jesus said, come unto me, all ye that labor and I will give you rest. We are trying to extend the gospel of Jesus Christ. Remember, Jesus was the very first person that made a political statement. He said, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. That was a political statement. That means there are two kingdoms. The kingdom of the devil and the kingdom of God. So, politics exist everywhere. And we have been in that war till today, till tomorrow, until Jesus returns. Okay? So, that is why I always want to encourage people. Stay clear of religion. If I ask my brother, Jonathan now, how are you going to execute going back to our roots? And what are you going to do? It is even laughable. Who are you going to convince? What is your methodology? How are you going to do that? By speaking? By saying all kinds of things? No, you will not accomplish that mission.
Your time is
that is what it's not that I'm being negative. It's just that it's human nature to resist anything that they do not conform with. It is natural. Nobody can embrace anything that you don't want to embrace. That means you can, except you are in China, because they are authoritarian and totalitarian organization where they impose laws and everything on people. With the exception of that, nobody, even Jesus did not impose religion on anybody when he came. He said he only talked about his father's kingdom. And he even sometimes criticizes the Pharisees and the Sadducees. The Pharisees and the Sadducees are even, they read the scripture. While reading the scripture, they still criticize Jesus. They still did not believe that he is. Till tomorrow, a lot of Jews do not believe. They believe that Jesus is here to come. They still believe that Jesus, the Messiah, is here to come. Whereas the man has come and gone, and is coming back again. You see? So, that is why, that is the complexity of espousing religion in an organization. It is dangerous. It is dangerous. It is not a thing anybody can just go out there and start broadcasting. I'm not saying you should not. I used to embrace of course I embrace everybody's religion. I will appreciate, I will tolerate you. I don't have any problem with you. But when you started reinventing it, misconstruing the words of our leader, misdirecting your words, and trying to, like all the examples Mazi Jonathan made today, you use Christianity to make it. If I make examples of other Omenala or the roots or the culture, you will get offended. You see? So that is why I said, let us restrict our criticism to certain people who are practicing the religion. Exactly. That buttresses my point. We have men of God, so-called bishops, so-called general overseers, misinterpreting the Bible and applying the Bible differently today. I'm one of their critics. I know them. I can call them by name.
You have expended most of your time. The time is up.
Oh, just now?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
You've been up. You now 12 minutes. You're going to 13 minutes. So.
Oh wow.
Yep. Okay.
I'm not alone when I look like that.
Yep. I timed all of you. So that's that. Let me say this. I asked a question. Religion, we have discussed it. We laid the foundation. Now what I'm asking, for all those Biafrans, we Biafrans that are listening, we Biafrans that have been dealing with this, how are we going to cut the path and go and fight for our liberation with religion aside? Now you know the in-depth of religious beliefs, our faith. Now you know how treacherous it is. Now you know what's involved in it. What are you advocating? What do you think we are going to do to move forward? Because both of you avoided it. You know, you went back to the beliefs and no beliefs. What are your?
Yes, I really forgot. Sorry.
Okay, so let's get to that. Mazi, Jonathan, go ahead.
Like what you said, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has said it time without number. There is no way you can talk about Biafra without talking about religion. It is intertwined because we are spiritual people. The Europeans, they understand this. We are spiritual people. So, if you are telling me that how are we going to achieve going back to our roots? You know, we are a good people. That is why we welcome the Europeans in the first place, because they came into our land. We never went to their land. So the simple thing is, people are going back to our roots. People think that it is something okay. Go and start, as you call it, because all these things we are misinterpreted. This first love we have before the Europeans came to our land and scattered us. That is what Chinedu wrote. He said the center things fell apart and the center could no longer hold. What the Europeans smartly did is this. They came to our land, they saw that we are very good people that love ourselves. When something, people were, leaving their homes open, without doors, without locking their doors, and nothing happened. If there is anything, for example, any theft in a village, they will gather the whole villagers and announce who did this, who stole something is missing, who stole it. If anybody say no, now they gather people and say, okay, because we are one people with the common value system. Now they say, okay, let us go to our shrine, our temple. All these are English. People call it shrine, as a derogatory name. But it's a temple. It's an altar. It's something, all are the same thing. It's just like when you call village and countryside. Village, it looks so old and tattered. But countryside looks sexy. It's the same thing. Shrine, altar, all these are the same. So, people will gather. People will gather and say, oh yeah, swear. The truth will come out. If the whole people swear and nothing happened, now this is our value. So that there will be no stealing, there will be no theft, there will be no bad thing. But the smart thing the Europeans did is this. Those criminals in our land that we are sent on exile, or that Ndi Meneswala are supposed to, pay for their crime in our own way, in our usual way. The Europeans, the missionaries gathered them because they are disgruntled. They know that they are disgruntled. Samuel Ajay Crowther that played a very big role in Christianization of both Igbo land and every other part of Nigeria. He was disgruntled. That is why he was used. These are historical facts. It's not something made up. That is why he came back and be used by the Europeans in order to Christianize people. And the intention of the Europeans is to have access to our resources so that they can be able to control us. If you want to fight back, they will refer you to where they say, no, slaves obey your masters. You don't have to react. If they slap you here, turn to the other side so that heaven will be your reward. All these type of teachings is teachings that makes our people will become weak. We cannot hold government responsible. So, coming back, achieving, Mazi asked, how are we going to achieve going back our route? It is as if we are asking, how are we going to achieve Biafra? Because when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was preaching, started earlier, people were laughing at him. They twisted his message. They say a call for Biafra is a call for war. Have you forgotten? It was everywhere, echoing everywhere. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wants to bring war in our land. He wants to bring war. But it is not true. Today, people are now realizing that it is self-determination. So, that is Akoro Egero, that is information. He started by giving information to whom it may concern. You will go and make researches and find out. Because all these things, they removed history from our curriculum. So that we will forget the evil that has been committed against us. And we continue, we move on. Moving on to where? So, achieving going back our route is just like achieving Biafra. It is not by coercion. And I want Mazi, please, let us stop using this word attacking. We are never attacking any religion. We have the right to, go and make historical researches. It is everybody's right to information. If maybe bringing history into this Biafra restoration, if it is not palatable, which means Mazi Nnamdi Kanu bringing history of Nigeria in what we are doing, it is also not palatable, because that is the reason why they remove history from the curriculum, so that people will be blind, moving on blindly. Without knowing your past, you can never know where you are going. That is the reality. So, my brother, when you come to, you say it's some sections of Christianity or that did this and that. No, I don't agree. Let me, for your information, the history of slave trading, transatlantic slave trading, after the Arab trans-Saharan slave trading, it was sanctioned by Pope Nicholas II. He wrote a papal bull, it's in Latin. It's in the internet today, the papal bull of Pope Nicholas II in 1455. In that time, the whole of Europe bowed down to Pope. He crowns the whole European kings. That is the reality. He gave a papal bull sanctioning that, look, you have the right as Christians in order to go and conquer every other people. You cannot tell me that people through which you now read this Bible, quote what you are quoting, you say that they are wrong. I cannot agree with you, because without them we cannot be talking even about Christianity. I have the experience, I have part of it. You understand? We are not talking from outside that point of view. So when you are talking about, no, this thing was brought by some few people that they are not engaging in the... No. It is those people that brought what everybody is saying, worshiping or believing today. They are the belief makers. They are the people that created many things we are believing today. And what I'm saying, look, the solution, as Mazi Amozie asked, I have said it and I continue saying it. Yes, Christianity has not gone so long in our land. It's only 182 years. But the way things are going, we see sometimes. My father is still alive. I used to ask him, Papa, this religion, my father is not religious anyway. He's a good man. He's still alive. What is the benefit? I used to ask. Church is soon can come in our own community. But George everywhere. Then what is the need? You take stock. It's not about the individual aggrandizement or individual experience. Because if we are talking about individual experience, we wouldn't be good. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not needy. He's not a poor person. You could remember Mazi Nnamdi Kanu before starting IPOB, before going into IPOB, he was even protesting for Nigeria in the streets of London. But when his eyes opened that this road nowhere, they have to come back. Remember. So, all these things is because of exposition, researches, in order to know who we are and how we can go back to that our brotherly love. Rightly, as Mazi Donald said, that look, religion is our religion. Biafra is our religion. He said it all, that every other religion should be relegated. Now, when you talk about make reference to what somebody said, the story he made, remember, Mazi Donald, that you have used a word on Jesus, talking a story, but you have used several times. It's the same way somebody talk a story, and now you get offended, but you are saying it, I counted, you have to use it either 4 or 5 times as we are talking now, because you are making a statement. But it's not something bad. But when you have somebody, if for example you are listening from an outside and somebody is talking like you today, you will get offended, aren't you? So that is, sometimes we need to also understand the context of things. If somebody is making telling a story as you have told today, you say somebody said this to this. It's a story. You have used this. It came out from your mouth the same way it came out from somebody's mouth. Because if you are really, in tune with what, in order to avoid the mistake of that person, you shouldn't even use that word on what you believe, even if telling the story. So, but somebody used that same story to talk like you, and you became offended. Now you see you are here on Radio Biafra talking the same story, using the same F on what people believe. Now, how can you reconcile all these things? That is the thing. So we need to sometimes understand the context of things. It is not something that no person will never let us remove this word attacking Israel. No. It is not only Christianity, we are attacking, people that are using our religion, our communal, in order to commit nonsense. Why? Because it is our own thing. Other people, it is their thing, no problem. It is good for them. But how is it good for us? We need to ask this question and continue taking stock. So, coming back in conclusion, if, for example, we gather around all Biafrans, the whole clergy, whether from apostolical, from Catholical, from any type of denomination, as long as you're a Christian, now they form Biafran Orthodox Christianity that should never have a foreign influence. The Europeans did it. Remember, once religious wars were fought in Europe, they nearly exterminated themselves in Europe. If you study history, it's reality. The Holy Roman Empire, which is the present-day Germany, headquartered in present-day Germany that time, they fought wars because they want to subjugate everybody to Pope, so that the King of England will be crowned by Pope. Pope will become the king maker. People now started asking questions. That was the rise of Protestantism by Martin Luther in Germany in the 16th century. They started asking questions which led to wars upon wars, because people want to be religious independent. You have the Russian Orthodox Church, which has no connection with Rome. You have Anglican Church, which has no connection with Rome. You have Greek Orthodox, Ethiopian Orthodox, all these things. Why can't we form our own and now call it Biafran Orthodox Christianity in our land, so that there will be peace and tranquility, so that we go back to who we are, so that we will not be calling our brothers his unbeliever. This my brother is unbeliever because he didn't believe what I believe, so that I will not be banned from marrying my sister from the same place because I come from another church. Why? Because there is direct foreign interference. Do you know how much they are sending to Rome? From impoverished people in Africa, in Nigeria, in Biafra land. Do you know how much they are sending to Americans, in Pentecostal Church, Assemblies of God, and all the rest? Although Pentecostalism became just of recently, it was started in 1901. Pentecostal you are seeing. He came from Methodist Church. You know, so it is not even. So what am I trying to say? If we can do what the Europeans did. They galvanize themselves. What I am always advocating is for us to be in a bunch, as Mazi and Kanu have been preaching. We are all Biafrans. There should be no this or that or this one from this church. This one. I have seen people that say, "Oh, I cannot join IPOB. No, I'm from Jehovah's Witness. I cannot fight for the kingdom of this world." It is a reality, but they love what we are doing. So why can't we join together? If that is the case, now Christians will say, "Okay, we remove any form of foreign interference because that is the foreign interference that is killing us." They will tell you, program you to hate your brother because it's not coming from the same church. They will tell you different things. Demarcating the mindsets of our people. That is what we are fighting against. We are not attacking any religion. You understand? So that is where I stand.
Mazi Donald, go ahead.
Yes, the question is what I'm going to do to move forward, right? Now, first of all, let me address a couple things. The Europeans did not force us to kill twins back in the days. The Europeans did not introduce Osu in our community. The Europeans did not inject the left-hand saga where all those studies. I can go on and on. As a matter of fact, I know the exploits of the Europeans in our land. However, Europeans did more good than harm. They brought education. They brought healthcare system. Do you know how many people that died even in the advent of polio and all these diseases that ravaged the world back then in those dark days? You saw what the role they played. You see, so much as we want to cast against the Europeans, we should also be mindful that most of us, some of us that are talking to me, live in their land, white man's land. Okay, if the white man's land, you are so bitter towards white man's land, white man. Why don't you surrender your phones, your social media apparatus? Stop flying airplanes. Don't use, don't watch TV. Don't use anything made or anything discovered by white man. You see, so what we are saying in effect is this. We should not bring religion into this matter. And you can agree with me now that Mazi Jonathan did not answer that question fully. You see, so he's going back to why he must address the religion matter. You understand? So, and then his references is purely the Christians, where one pastor did this or somebody did that, and he said we should not celebrate any those people. We should not commonize the activities of certain people in our community. We should do that. I will not pay the price of a man who killed a fellow human being under the name of religion or Christianity. I will not pay the price. Everybody should carry their cross. Secondly, let me also address this fact. It's an insult of my person to try to justify or to retain that I don't understand primary information and secondary information out of the source from the source. That's an insult. When somebody is narrating a statement, that is primary source narrative. Okay, and that is the word that came out of that person. Well, you said I use the word F for Jesus or F Jesus or whatever. I'm paraphrasing what somebody said. There is what is called paraphrasing in English dictionary. It's there. So, is that the reason why that was not addressed that day? That is not. The fact of the matter is, I just want to respect for who I believe in. Much as I have respect for who you believe in. You see, so if you say you want to establish Biafra church, Orthodox church, then you think after establishing that then peace will come? God even regretted making man. God said it in his word in the Bible, in the Holy Book. He regretted creating man. So you think you can create man? Was he not out of heaven rebellions came out from out of heaven, where he presided, where he's king and Lord of all, sovereign God and everything. Under his auspices, there was rebellion. To the extent, 1/3 of angels in heaven were mobilized to overthrow God before they were all kicked out of heaven. You see, so that was why the Bible says there was war in heaven. You understand? So all I'm saying is this: let us not begin or at this stage. And I will tell you, much as we quote Nnamdi don't know it all. He will not claim to know everything. That was why I asked if he is trying to experiment with religion. That will blow up in his face. I'm not a soothsayer, because that is a delicate case that anybody and everybody have to say. You cannot speak for 1 million people. 1 million people will speak for themselves. 1 million into 1 million pieces. You see, so religion, I don't want to do religion. You are free. I'm not defending to you. You are free to attack. I call that attack. You don't coin that word. You don't coin it. You don't try to change it. It's an attack. When somebody tells me, that's an attack. That's an aggressive terminology. Okay? So, and if you're not able to address that person, then I'm still watching and waiting. Okay? But I will not rest until we all have respect for one another and for what we believe in. You may have disdain for Christians. Fine. If you're saying it, then you should make it plain to us that you don't want us around. Then we can vacate IPOB for you. But by the idea of this statement, I'm even letting the leadership know today that some people have made unguarded statements that HAUSA Christians are also. Even after Chinedu came on the broadcast and said everybody should secede, avoid religious discussion and everything, because it invokes sentiments and emotions, and because it is a thing that you cannot play with. Okay, so but people still have it at the back of their mind that I got HAUSA Christians also. Then so my point is this: let us not go into this thing. I will say it over and over again. Let us eschew these things. They are not healthy and helpful to us, especially at this critical stage of our existence as a nation. It is not a thing we should dabble into. If you want to address religion after Biafra restoration, I will not even say a word. I will watch you and see you display. I want to see you restore the sanity that Jesus was not able to restore in his time when he was alive, when he was on earth. Jesus was not able. Even he came to his own village, they did not even recognize him. And that was why the Bible says he was not able to do many miracles because of the unbelief of his people. They did not even recognize him. So if Jesus, Almighty God, could not cage and was not able to overturn the influence of Romans in the Holy Land, who the hell are you that can enforce and create change to force certain people to adopt a certain approach to some form of religion, of your mindset, of your belief? Who are you? That is why I said you do not have that. You do not have the authority. You don't have that capacity, and you cannot do it. So when you know you cannot accomplish it, it's a mission that can never be accomplished. Why go into it? Why? So, my brother, I love you. I love you. I do not want us to have this because of religion. Leave me to believe in what I believe in. Just as I leave you. I never criticize what you believe in. I've never opened my mouth to say, oh, you believe in things, this is what you do. But you were making references of Christianity. Fine. Those are wrong things that they have done. Certain people have done certain things. But I'm mindful of what I do based on the Word of God and the knowledge and understanding of the Word of God, which is the Bible that I've read. You see? So And most of you people, some of you people that are even arguing the Bible, most of them they have not even read one chapter of the Bible. Why don't you take a dive into it and read and see what is written and practicalize it? And just live it. You see, don't always criticize what you don't know. You see a book, you judge a book by its cover. You see the Bible in the white man religion, in the white Jesus. Do you know how many caricatures have been made of Jesus Christ? Some people say they do some kind of, they think it's funny. It's not funny. Any man making mockery of God, that man, we know what happened to them in the Bible. So I don't want to even go there. You see, so I still maintain that religious matters should be removed from all of our platform because this is not the time for it. And I will never encourage anybody to bring it up after we have restored Biafra because you are going to further, then you will throw everybody into chaos. That was why I asked, it was a rhetorical question my brothers I asked. I said, how are you going to implement going back to the internet? That was a rhetorical question. It was, I didn't expect you to answer that question because I know it's not possible. There's nothing you can do. What can you do? What can only you do? Jesus could not do it. Not that he does not have the power, but he didn't come for the kingdom of the earth. He came for his father's kingdom above. Okay? So, you want to tell me Jesus did not see what even the Pharisees. The Pharisees opened the Bible, the scriptures, and read it. And they even misapplied it. While he was even in their midst, they did not recognize him. You see? So, why do you want to vent your anger based on people's stupidity, people that cannot interpret the Bible and apply it correctly? Why should I pay for those people? Why do you have to hate me for that? You see? So, I don't want that. I just want us to, so moving forward, my only suggestion is cut every form of religious discussion in our platform, in all of our platforms. And if anybody is a member of IPUB, and you want progress, you don't want division, you want us to achieve our goal. Our primary goal is the restoration of Biafra. I've been singing like a song. If you don't want that, if you think attacking a Christian or somebody that believes in a white man Jesus is a better object, a better goal for you than the Fulani who came with their type of Islam and raping our children, our mothers, our sisters, our aunts, our female cousins and all that, and killing our father, taking our land. If you think they are not our enemy, that I am your enemy, then you have a problem. You have a problem. So, except you are on a mission to destroy IPB. Just like they send all this Samoneka guy. You see, except I will encourage you to drop that religious conversation because it's not going to move us any further.
Mazi,
your
time is up. Let me say this because when you look at what both of you are saying, is why we have this conversation today. All of you are quoting our leader. It's normal. If you want to justify what you're saying, you quote our leader. We are matured enough to take the good of what our leader said. The religion issue, this will be the last. I will even consider talking about it because there are two things both of you brought up here, and I want our listeners to, I want all of you to listen to this. You go to altar in the church, you spray incense and do everything you want to do by the Reverend Father. It's justified because it's the church. And then when our forefathers do theirs, it's a sin. You cannot rectify it. I simply asked you a question. How do you get that done so that Biafra will move on? Most of you, two of you said your own way. You still stood your ground. And this is why Biafrans, with apology, we must hold on to our beliefs. If whatever your belief is, that was why I put that phrase there, to see that at the end of the day, that is what's going to happen. We are here talking about religion, and I brought up a lot of religious beliefs, and they say there are more than the thousands you quoted. What I pointed out were the major ones, not the breakaways. Let me ask you this. At the end of the day, we are suffering because of the activities of Britain and Roman Catholic. They have never one day, for one day, condemned the Fulanis, the Islamists, killing Biafrans, the Christians. And we are holding on to our religious beliefs. And we are holding on to our tradition. And you still have our own people. The same people that believe in certain things. Why I am asking this, why is it that before, when you give an oath, our people give you an oath and you take it, if you're guilty, you die. And today, they give you the Bible, you swear, and you still committing the same crime. Do you see no sort of fear when you say you will do this, you will do that? Religion. Why is it, if religion is that excellent, why are they not practicing what they preach? Because in Israel today, if you make any attempt to approach them with violence, they'll kill you. In the US, if you make any attempt to hurt anybody, they will bomb you up to hell, bomb you to stone ages. At the same time, these same people are watching the Fulanis kill us. Can you, both of you, can you reach to the bottom of your bag? Not asking me who is this or who is it, because both of you are putting Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu. And you say this person did that, you flog this. People shoot hot airs. That doesn't mean it's official. People shoot their hot airs. If we are fond of that, that is not official word. I just want you to, Donald, I just want you to know that. Why are we suffering from the woes brought to us by these foreign churches? Why are we going through these woes? Why can't we come to a conclusion and say, as of now, this is what Biafra is all about? Now I have pointed this question by bringing our tradition to the present religious beliefs. So, Jonathan, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Okay, Mazi, just like you asked, there is this thing also, I'll first of all address, because my brother here made a reference to them, that killing of twins, they stopped killing of twins, the Europeans, that they brought education. All these are something, just like if you believe all these things, which means you believe that Mongo Park discovered the source of River Niger. That is what, because I personally, during my primary school days, I wrote it. Who discovered River in geography? It's Mongo Park, Clark. They pass me, they pass you. Because that is their education, my brother. All these things are things that, look, there is no perfect tradition in this world. Do you know that the Europeans, they were cannibals? Do you know that? They ate human beings. To the extent, people that came to Africa and they killed for fun in our land. They killed for fun. They use children and throw into these are people they are Christians. Yes, because that is a historical fact. When we talk about historical facts, my brother, let us. It's not personal. It's not attack. That is the word I want. Because when you say, for example, if somebody committed an offense, for example, okay, let me give you an example. Is it an insult to, for example, what is Bill Clinton, President Bill Clinton, that if you are saying that, he did something with Monica Lewinsky, is it attacking him? Is it an insult? It is something that happened. It's a historical fact. So it's not an attack. It's not attacking. No, it's a historical fact. So what am I trying to say? We had our education, my brother. For thousands of years, we were able to make things, the portrait that we had discovered in Ibuku that for thousands of years, many parts of Biafra land, in Udi, we built, our ancestors built pyramids. We had in Chibidi our own way of writing. The same way Japan had their own way of writing, Chinese had their own way of writing today. What happened in our land is that they came to our land, now they stopped everything we are doing, our own civilization, they directed us into their own misconception. Are you telling me that Japan today, they are not Christians? They have their Shinto religion. That is exactly like our own Edon Nani, our own, ancestral honoring. They have shrines, temples all over, everywhere in Japan. So, but they are one of the most advanced countries in this world. They develop in their way. You can see a Japanese, a Chinese, you don't even know how to speak English. They don't know, it's just a language. So what the Europeans did in our land is to turn us around, in order to put us in their own type of education they want us to be. That is why you see in our land today, you see somebody will be boasting, I'm a PhD holder because he can speak Queen's English. It is miseducation. Our ancestors were having their education before. That is why they were able to make thatched houses at that time. Yes, there were flaws. Just like the Europeans, just like every other civilization, it has flaws. But as human beings evolve naturally, you mix up with cultures, now you learn. The same way Japanese learn from the Europeans, but they never absorbed their religion. They fought against European religion for 250 years. They made sure to stop it, but they are advanced. Had they been Japanese, we are speaking English or French or any European language and writing ABCD. You will see some people, Japanese, that will be saying, no, the Europeans gave us education. No, Europeans didn't give us education. They give us their own version of education, the one they want us to be. What about, we were communicating in our own land before the advent of Europeans. That is why we had picture writing, we call it TBD, which afterwards it was a shorthand. Being taught in commercial schools before. But all these things were extinct because of the way they want us to be. They don't want us to go back to anything concerning ourselves. They want us to be dependent on them. So, being Europeanized is not a criteria for development. That is the simple reality. Otherwise, China wouldn't have been developed. Many Asian countries wouldn't have been developed. Arabs were also colonized by Europeans, but they never accept their ideology or religious ideology or Christianity. It's only in Africa that they imposed, they fought very hard in order to put us in a place, in a way where we are today. So, if somebody is telling me that they brought us education, they brought us telephone, no. This smartphone, when did it come? Do you know how many slaves left? Okay, my brother said that, Dr. Donald, he said that they brought us healthcare. I was laughing when he was saying it. I said, I wanted Dibia in our land. Dibia is doctors, and then our people, orthopedics, different types of Dibias in our land. Even when you talk about homeopathic, before they have it, they were given licenses in the Nigeria setting, and they were doing good. I have a friend who is a homeopathic doctor. In our own system, they give you medicine. Well, if we didn't have healthcare, there wouldn't have been something like you or me today, because all of us would have died either of diseases or any type of accident. Because no doctor, before even the Europeans would have come and met an empty space in our land. So this is a very wrong notion that they brought us this, they brought us that. No. It is not the reality. They brought us the type of education they want us to be. And that is what we are suffering today with. So what am I saying? Foreign intervention or imposition in indigenous people's lives is catastrophic. It is highly catastrophic. We can learn from them. We can get something from them as they learned from us. Do you know that it is black people? Benin Empire was exporting soap, ncha, to the Portuguese even before slave trading started, because they were doing businesses before slave trading started. We taught the white people how to wash clean. For your information, these are historical facts, because relegating us to the background that we don't know nothing, our ancestors didn't know nothing, we are doing our ancestors misservice. We should understand that we shall one day become ancestors. That is the reality. So, if we are saying that our ancestors didn't know nothing, this is white people, the Europeans brought everything. It is a missaying. I call it missaying or misinformation, because they have been living. These are the people that who brought the which we are eating today. How do they know which herb and this and that will give you this soup? How do you know? How do they brought palm oil? As we are using today, it came from our ancestors. How do we know about swallowing? It is part of us. That is what I'm saying. So, when we are talking about going back to our root, some people are taking it out of context that it is something abstract. It is not. We have to go back to who we are. That is what we are saying. We are not attacking your religion or another person's religion. No. What we are saying, our own way of life, that is the basis. When we say IPOB one family, when our brother is saying that our leader, if he want to do experiment or religious experiment, he will backfire. No. Mazi Nnamdi started this, I call it revolution, because the restoration of Biafra is not going to be like a flag independence of African countries. No, I gave you earlier time the example of American Revolution. Other countries fought for independence, but why is America called American own independence called the revolution? Because they experimented on something new. They revolutionized their brain. They said, no, we are not going to continue on the status quo of where we came from in Europe. That is why it is called the revolution, and it works today, and it is still working. So what am I trying to say? When you say when they do this, when we go to our own altar, for example, because they give example of bad things. Why I say, let me continue saying this. We don't condemn any religion, but we have the right to open up histories or historical facts. And Mazi, I will advise, if you are quoting, there are many things being said on social media for and against. So if you are bringing what you see on social media to this place, it is something that is even, it will cause more because if I start quoting what others are saying about this, in social media, everybody has the right to express him or herself. You cannot control people there. The DOS cannot control people there. They will only give order. They will only give advice. And if people take it, here on Radio Biafra, things could be controlled. But on the social media, you cannot bring what you hear on social media. After all, our leader, many people insulted him on social media, different things, but you cannot come here on Radio Biafra and insult our leader. Do you see the difference? So when you are bringing what they say, in social media they are saying many things by different people. So let that one be aside. What they did in our land is something that is, when you talk about it, I want our brother to ask, why did the Pope Francis, why did he go to apologize to indigenous people in Canada? They did it because he knew that the church committed atrocities. The church, which we are part of. I say we are not talking this because from outside. No, we are part of this thing. The church, Pope Nicholas V, he sanctioned, he allowed, he started legally this slavery. that it is right in the sight of God that the black people should be enslaved. That is it. Even in the American country recently, black people cannot mix with white people. Oh, they are Christians. So you cannot tell me that what is done by an institution, it is an institution. Why the Pope never come to Africa to apologize for the atrocities they committed in Africa is because Africans never even understand that atrocities were committed against us. They embrace and say white people bring education, do everything for us. So why should the Europeans, if they are looking at it, they say, these people, if you don't know that somebody committed atrocity or crime against you, how can you even call the cops? Because you didn't know, you didn't recognize, you thought that the person, they brought everything goodies to our land, which is not true. Because they caused many men, they stopped our own civilization. Why are they studying, why all over the world they are studying the Egyptian civilization? Why? The Canaanite civilization. When you think about Egypt, you think it's the demography of Egypt today. No. Egypt, it is the original people that did that, it is the black people. Why are they studying it? In order to understand what happened, how this type of people can have this type of civilization thousands of years back. But some people don't want us to talk about this history. That in order to praise our ancestors, there was a time, Wild West. Everybody, most powerful is the mightiest is the most powerful. He rules. But a time comes, human beings started structuring their lives. Everywhere in the world, it is like that. So it is not something that is synonymous only to Africans that we did this. Yes, we have penalties to people that committed different crimes. There are crimes in our land before that if you commit it, it is sending you to death. The same way you have death penalty in America today. Many European countries have abolished death penalty. But America is still engaging in it. Notwithstanding how civilized America is or claims to be. But America is still engaging in it. Because of what the penalty they are meting out to criminals. There are crimes in our land at the olden times that it involves only paying a fine. Only paying fine. There are those that you become ostracized. That is, you can be in the community, but no person salutes you. If you salute people, they will not answer. You become alone, but in the midst of people, you become alone. If you are in a farm, no person will help you to carry and help you to put it on your head. That is ostracism. There are some times that they will send you on exile. Maybe you couldn't make it. This is our system of our penal code system. You shouldn't be condemned. As time goes on, civilization, you will be meeting different civilizations, and now you'll be looking at your own. If there's a way you can refine, that is how evolution of human being. So when we say that no, it is European that brought education, it is a missaying or misinformation, because our people, we have been living, and when human beings are living in a group, in a community, which means they have doctors, they have people that make people to survive. We have different things that, institutions, people that settle cases, laws, courts. Do you know that archaeological remains that was discovered in our land, I think in the 1940s, by British scientists? It showed that we Igbo people, we have means of communication in CBD and court record that dates back thousands of years back. Do you know what it means is that our people, we are settling cases, which means we are living as people in communities. It is not what the white people. Yes, I'm concluding. Yes, it is not what the white people put on record and told us that Landers brothers discovered the mouth of River Niger, Mongopan discovered the source of River Niger, and we accepted it verbatim. Our ancestors were good for nothing. No, but if you stay 1 week without swallowing with nice egusi or soup, you will not feel fine as an Igbo man. Who brought up all this? Our ancestors. Why should we ask?
Mazi, your time is up. Your time is up. You've got 15 minutes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mazi,
Thank you. Thank you very much for
Donald.
allowing me. So let me make this comment real clear.
It's a Mazi, Jonathan is really, I don't misunderstand education versus knowledge. What you're defining is knowledge. You're not defining education. Education is never original. Education did not come to be by natural selection. Education is something that you research, you work on, you practicalize, and you attain something, and then you're able to further share that knowledge. Okay? That's a big difference. I did not say people did not discover anything, that they were dumb and everything. I never said that. I maintain that the white man brought education to us, and it was beneficial and helped here. All those alternative medicine in Ukuye is also available here in the West. I'm a drug expert. I'm a drug expert for you to know. So we still practice ancient type of pharmacy or drug production versus the current synthetic ones. It's still available, it's still valuable. That is knowledge. Okay, let me put to you why education is not original. You cited Japan, you cited China. Let me ask you, do you know the reason why there are over 1 million Chinese invading our higher institution here in the US? Do you know the reason why? I will tell you plain and simple. Education. They are stealing our intellectual properties. They are using it to develop their own scientific environment. For the past 40 years, China was not able to build aircraft carrier until they sold intellectual properties that was able to enable them to build aircraft carrier. Now, China have aircraft carriers. At least they have 2 by now. Okay, so you are this is funny. Education is something people strive for. That knowledge is something you acquire by just chance, by knowing something or somebody transferring knowledge to you. I'm not denigrating our ancestors, and I never will. I only made mention of the ancestors for you to know how it feels when you insult somebody's belief system or somebody believing, and then you expect to be okay, you know. So if Jesus is an insult and an attack, I repeat, if Jesus is an insult and an attack, I'm surprised you're trying to recoin this thing. You're trying to rephrase it. You're trying to make it sound simple and that. That is wrong. No. If I use F on you, is still an attack or an insult? You, Mazi, Jonathan, directly. If I say that to you, will you find it funny? So I don't know why you're trying to coin this thing differently. It is derogatory, it is condemnable, it is not acceptable. Period. There's no beating about the bush about that. And talk about sensitization. One of the people that sensitizing things amongst the group of Mazi, Jonathan, is also even active on Facebook, saying things. The so-called doctor mindset is full of CG and illusion. This type of on my foot. You see, so people like this are members of DOS. You see, so Mazi Alonso was asking, what is the way forward? So there has to be a clear distinction between people that have my mindset and people that have this kind of mindset. Somebody is still crying wolf. You know? Somebody is still crying wolf. If not for this religious thing, we will not be here today. I don't know why you people are not able to accept that fact. Everything was fine. I used to hear sporadically listening on Radio Biafra and take my leave until that blessed day, that insult came. You would never have heard me say anything until that day after Jesus came out in the air. I was shocked. I was shaking. No, I'm not the only person. Millions of us. You don't want to know how many calls I get here every day. You don't want to know how many messages I get. People hurt. And if you want to trivialize it and say it's nothing, it's not an insult, trying to say that there is a third party talk. No! I don't want to go into all this discussion of education and anything.
Okay.
I just want to note that inciting words are not blowing the air. Mazi, Alozi, you said somebody might be blowing the air. No, there are words that are very inciting, provocative. That was provocative.
Yeah.
That wasn't a blowing of the air. I got clashing house.
Then,
That's exciting. See, so you see, everybody want to be mindful of what I say. They don't want to be mindful of what they say. How can somebody sit somewhere and you say you're a member of IPUD and I'm actually Biafra, we want to restore Biafra, and you are inciting war, you want to fight me, because of my belief system. You hate me because of my belief system, or you hate me because I said don't disrespect me, or neither disrespect me, the person I believe in, just as I do respect what you believe in. You see, all these cowards can just do or say anything, but they cannot burn the Quran. They cannot insult Prophet Muhammad. They can't do that. They cannot curse Islam, insult Islam and everything. But you can insult Christianity. When you are seeing, do you know that as we speak, our people are being sold in Saudi Arabia? Our people from Libya and North Africa, right there, in that case, they are buying and selling our brothers and sisters to Saudi Arabia and far places in Middle East. And then I'm the person that you want to address Christianity, you want to address religion. No, there are very many wars to be fought. Leave religion alone. Let us not go into all these things. I've never denigrated any ancestors, but my declaration is noted. I will not follow the path of the ancestors, because my grandfather, who is now an ancestor, worshipped idol, abandoned him because it wasn't profitable for him. You cannot deny my experience with Jesus Christ. Many people may now have experienced that Jesus in their life. I have physically, practically, my whole family have physically, practically experienced Jesus. And we know what he has done in our life. We know that he is God. At the mention of the name, things happen. Okay? You cannot deny my experience. How are you going to enlighten me to deny my experience of Jesus Christ?
Okay,
in the name of white man God.
Dr. Donald,
so
your time is up. Yeah. Now,
how are you? Go to time I shall fly. It's a question in a
Yeah.
You want to say Jack?
No. You see, when you go saying things, you don't know how fast it goes. But I'll do it from you when your time is up. But if you take extra 1 or 2 minutes,
I know. I'm just playing.
Okay.
I'm just playing.
Okay. Now, both of you should listen to this, because our Biafrans, the world should listen to this, because we've been dabbling on religion, your belief, and all that stuff. The way the world sees us has a lot to do with what we are battling with today. Our inability to face our problems. This is from Xi Jinping, the former president of China. We are talking about religion and our belief. That was what I told you people here, and this is where I asked you that question. The only thing black man has inherited from Arab and European colonization is the religion that he practices. And that's exactly what colonizers...
I'm here.
I didn't hear you. I think you cut off for maybe 1 minute. I don't know.
Okay.
Can you repeat, Mazi? Okay, repeat what you said.
This is from Xi Jinping, former president of China. This is what he said. And I want both of you to listen to it carefully. because it has very big bearing as to the discussion we are having today. The only thing the black man has inherited from Arab and European colonization is the religion that he practices, and that's exactly what the colonizers wanted. Notice that in black countries, the education is a disaster. The administration is corrupt. Health is deplorable. But religion is doing wonderfully well. Black people rebels against everything except religion. They even think they are more religious than those who brought them this concept, and that the colonizers are not good Christians. Black people even claimed themselves to be the original race of which Jesus Christ has descended. This is how far black people's stupidity can go. Notice that any society that is full with superstitions, religious indoctrination, lack of education, and nationalism is always ridden with violence. This is what we experience today, and this is why we are here. This is the way people see us, but we don't see ourselves that way. Mazi Jonathan, you got your own cut on this, Mazi?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and talk about it.
Yes. What you said, what you read now, is it not what we are hearing here? Very unfortunate, but it's true. Because, like Mazi Donald said, he tried to remove himself or themselves. Let me put it like this. Exonerate ourselves in the religion, in Christianity, that those that brought the religion, they didn't do it well, so we are the people. These people, they know something. You understand? That is the way they see us. Now, going to what Mazi said about education and knowledge, education is something that you can gather. You get knowledge through education. It doesn't matter whether formal or informal. You go to Alaba International Market, you see some people, our people there, they didn't go to school to study how to buy and sell, how to multiply wealth. No. But it's education. The Hagarame boy is part of education. There is a formal and informal. What our brother think that is education is when you come to school, they in a board, assignment now, laptop, now you start doing it. That's how you're educated. No. We have even informal education in our families, by our parents, because that is the first thing. Now, when our brother is always going to this fact, or somebody said this about this, it makes me start reading. I cannot, because why should this thing come? Because it's a story. It's a story. It was a story being told, just like you are telling a story. You, Mazi Donald, you are saying something, making reference. Oh, this person said this. Does it mean that you are saying it to the public? That is a question where I want us to go, because I want us to go structured argument, not your emotion. You can have experience with God or with anything you believe. There is no problem about it. Nobody is disputing. But the talk I want us to always take is, what has this thing done to our collectivity? That is my point. If you are talking about your personal interest or personal experience, how the religion is good, how the thing you believe is very good for you, it made you to be this personal, that's fine. But when you see somebody fighting against IPOB, even the fighting, doing some things that is anti-IPOB, you have to also, don't attack him also, because he's getting something for what he's doing. It is his own private interest. So I'm not talking about our private experience or interest. No. It is when you go to our land, you see the gullibility. You see how, like what happened, what made the people not to come out in order to protest against the daylight robbery of election. You see their pastors in their various churches and mosques will tell them, no, everything is God's way. Do you see how the religious leaders came and, put people into a sedative situation? They sedate people. No,
yes, and that's very stupid, and that's really terrible of them. That's terrible of them. I'm a Christian, but I did not partake in that badness.
Allow me, let me. Yeah. So, no, all these things are the same. It is going the same because these are the gullibility. They make the people to believe God will come down from heaven, do miracle everywhere, do not fight for what belongs to you. But it makes people don't understand the importance of government. That it is the government that does all this thing or should do this thing. We all should be participants. You have to fight for good governance. These religions, Islam, Christianity, make people to be gullible. I'm telling you. Now, when you talk about Chinese coming to America, the same way Americans went to other places, even including China, in order to steal some knowledge. Knowledge is intertwined. It is not one-sided. Remember. The Germans, Germany first of all tried to construct a nuclear bomb. Do you know that? They stole it from Germany. America stole it from Germany. If these are historical facts. When World War II also finished, Germany and other Western countries, including Russia and France and England, they started scavenging for scientists, German scientists. You understand? Because they are looking for knowledge. Knowledge, you can get it not only in the classroom. You can get it anywhere. You see people that in our land, they go do boy for golden thread as a mechanic. They became genius. But if you tell them theoretically to explain it, they don't even know how to write ABC. But they are genius in what they are doing. That is knowledge. So you can never remove or distinguish between education and knowledge. Education, you get knowledge through education. It doesn't matter through which means. That is what we are saying. So our people, our ancestors, we disallowed the Europeans who stopped the knowledge or the education of our ancestors, impacting it onto us. There is something I posted on my timeline, Facebook timeline, about this Carl Benz, the owner of Mercedes-Benz today, 2023 model. But look at that photo. It is the first four-wheel drive. The first, I think in early 19th century, 1880 something. You understand? This man started with a three-wheel. It became developed as time goes on. Other people put their inputs in order to develop that technology from generation to generation. So, it is not something, America is not the source of knowledge. No. Remember, without France, there would be nothing like America. You go and make your researches. France helped the Americans, the colonialists, in order to defeat Britain. So, education, it is something that is international. They came to Africa, they learned many things. Even, do you know, before the coming of the Europeans, our people have been, also, black people are experts, we are experts in smithing. To the extent in our land, Oka you are hearing today, Oka also, is Okozo, but we are not allowed, because of colonialism and the things that came with it, including religion, we are subjugated into stopping it. Somebody now will go to enter into Christianity and they told him because they know how to disarm us. They now turn him into a catfish. Instead of continuing what he was doing and impacting knowledge, they will now demonize it and say, no, this thing you are doing. They know what they are doing. That is why they made us to be dependent on them. That is why I gave you the example of the Asians, including Japanese. Japan, they are not a Christian country. Chinese are not Christian countries. But they are doing things. They are developing. How did they develop? Through their own system. That is what I'm asking. Why shouldn't we go through that way? If it is impossible that we must encourage, because it is the foreign Islam and Christianity has come. He has invaded us. You acknowledge with me that they came through killing. It is a known fact. It is not something that was a sweet. No, they didn't bring chocolate. No. They imposed everything. In America, they exterminated almost all the indigenous people in America, the Christians, in order to live in the land they are in today. That is it. These are historical facts. So if we are talking about it, it is not an insult or attacking. These are historical facts. You will see people talking about, not only us even, you will see white people talking about all these things. Mazi, Alozie have said it now. He have read one of the writings of the Chinese leader. You understand? That is the reality. We should be original. That is what it means. That is what the essence of what we are preaching on Radio Biafra. And Mazi, what I will advise is, I myself, if we are talking now, I start seeing comments. There are people that are for, and those that are, against me, or maybe against what you are saying, or abusing. I don't care. It's not personal. Mazi, if all these things are personal, Nnamdi Kanu should have stopped since. Because at the early time, people were calling Nnamdi Kanu openly and telling him that you are a criminal. He endured all these things. That is consistency, because he knows what he wants. And today he has risen millions of people up. So when we talk about the evil that the colonial masters brought to us, it is not attacking them, it is reality. And this consistent talking is what made the Pope to go and apologize to the indigenous Canadians. Why didn't you talk about it? Why did the Pope go and apologize to the indigenous Indians? Why did the Pope Nicholas V sanction the killing of us, me and you, our ancestors, to take our position, what we are suffering today? Why don't, how many times have we ever heard about England or all these Christian countries, so to say, European Christian countries, talking about the killing of Christians? They sold us to the hands of other people. Let me give you an example. Let me tell you something. When in the early 18th century, 17th something, the Fulanis, when they took their jihadism to the Jalankes, I've said it in my platform. The Jalankes, first of all, they went through as headsmen. They came from up and entered into where you call Guinea Conakry today. The indigenous people, they were Muslims before the arrival of these people. Many of them were Muslims, but they were converted through trading. It wasn't through jihadism. You understand? So when these people, when they accommodated the headsmen, think, we are brothers. What is your name? Ibrahim. They say, okay, we are Muslims like you. They accommodated them. Now, before you know, within a small time, they started bringing in their troops, other Fulanis, the jihadists, in order to conquer and take over their land. The thing surprised the Jalankes. He surprised them. They say, but how come we are Muslims? These people now came to kill us, to take our land. How can a Muslim do to his fellow Muslim like this? You know what they did? They did a mass renunciation of Islam in their communities. And what I'm telling you is a historical fact. And it worked also. Because they say, how come these people we accommodated in our land as our fellow Muslims be killing us like this? So, why shouldn't we think? Why should Britain? We know right from the onset of Nigeria's setting, Britain sold us to get preponderance to the Fulani, to the Sokoto Caliphate. But we are Christians. They are the people that converted us to Christianity. Why is it so? So, had it been these people are defending us, even internationally, they come and talk, look at the Rohingya, is it the Burmese Rohingya Muslim? They were being defended right from Saudi Arabia to every Islamic war. And that is why you are hearing it everywhere. And, the different things have been, different. They are talking against Burma because of this. Given sanctions, why can't they do it for us in our own case? Can't we think? Why should we allow our personal interest and emotion to overcome our collectivity? That is where I stand. It is not about me. It is not about only you. Mazi the experience I have. So if all of us are going into extinct. That is not, as long as I am okay now, the thing is okay. No, that shouldn't be the mentality which we are having. If that is the mentality, we shouldn't be even fighting against those that are against IPOB and evil people that are benefiting from Nigeria. Many are benefiting from Nigeria. But when they look at it, they say, overall, look at how we are disenfranchised. It doesn't matter. Yeah, as a people, they disenfranchise us, our people in Lagos. Do you think it's normal? No person comes to our aid. Yes, during the war, some people can say, oh, Caritas came. It is individual, a group. Why can't they stop this? Why didn't they stop this being proactive, stop and resolve our problem as their own Christian brothers and sisters? But they are not doing it, and you want us to continue playing politics with it and say, no, that is the exposition we are making. We are not attacking. If what we are exposing now, England, they'll say, no, we are attacking them because of Christianity. Do you know every month how much that is going from the miserable people in our land to the Church of England? Whereas England, they organize that religion, that overall European Christianity, now they indigenize it. Instead of Pope crowning the King of England, it becomes the King of England. It becomes the Archbishop of Canterbury to crown the King of England. That is smart people. That is why I call for people dialogue. It happened in Europe. What we are doing today, it is historic. Because it is not personal. We shouldn't take things personal. Oh, it is affecting. Once you touch it for me. Without us, there will be no me. Without us, there will be no you. Because the way they take us is the way they take you. Dangote cannot travel with a Nigerian international passport because he's a renowned worldwide billionaire. But it doesn't matter. Once they see that Nigerian passport, you are in a soup. So it cannot continue going through the embarrassment because it is us, it is the people that covers individual. So let us remove this, oh, I have personal experience. Some people will be telling you, don't worry, I have personal experience with Nigeria. Why do we need Biafra? We don't need Biafra because Nigeria is good for me. So they are good for me. It's okay for all of us. No, we take stock of our own situation. Our lives as a people. These religions, they are dividing us. That is why I'm calling for what they did in Europe. We can do it. We are human beings. Let us not be running away from things like this debates. Nnamdi Kanu said he faced IPOB, he structured IPOB to face problems. If we are incapable of facing problems, we would have fallen, IPOB would have scattered. We don't say, oh, because this thing is difficult, we cannot do it. No. We can do it and start talking. The first council of Nicaea in 325 AD, it took many months for them. They were shouting at each other, they were doing different things, shouting, but after all, they came to a consensus. That is what makes progressive people, not running away from the difficulty and say, no, it is impossible, we cannot do it. No, how do you think you can do it? If it is like that, how do you think that Biafra will be restored? Considering the enormity of enemies we have, considering it, because if it is just a flag independence like others, we will be playing through Nigerian politics, playing France, but no, it is not that. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been saying it. We are engaged in revolution that starts with mental revolution, so that we be thinking in another way, so that the critical thinking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been preaching, that is what we imbibe. It doesn't matter how we think that it is a no-go area. We think about it and reason. That is what we preach here on Radio Biafra. So any other thing they are preaching in any other place, social media has infinite, has 8 billion people in this planet Earth. 8 billion people is not a child's play. Any person can. You are looking at what is happening in. What about what is happening in Bangladesh? On social media. What about what others have? There are many billions of things happening on social media. So why can we be swayed? Instead of focusing on what the official stand, of IPOB. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been. So I don't believe that this religious discussion is going to bring any disunity. If we believe like that, which means other things can bring disunity also. Because tomorrow another person goes, no, don't say this, it will bring disunity. It will form his own group and start fighting. We give leeway before you know it is stifling. So I don't believe in not facing the problem. We face the problem. You have the right to come and I don't attack, personal attack, I don't do it. I don't insult. If you listen to my programs on Radio Biafra, we don't attack, I don't attack. I don't insult. You know, so the same way, if we are going on social media, there are many attacks, there are many personal issues that are going on. That is not my problem. Even if somebody on social media calls me a monkey, it doesn't matter. Sometimes people will inbox me, they tell you this, I laugh over it. It doesn't affect me because what we are fighting for, it is our collectivity. If it is individualism, I bet you will not come out to even talk. We will not be doing what we are doing. Maybe you might not know me until you die. I might not even know who you are until I die. But we have a focus. And that's not, we continue cracking it because the restoration of Biafra is about putting many things right. If we go like this with the gullibility that we have in our land, it will be highly problematic even to make a law that to govern our people will be ungovernable because there will be no value system. Do you know that if had it been we are divided religiously the way we are today, it was like that in 1967 to 1970. I'm telling you, we wouldn't have even withstood the war for 1 month even. That's my own view. Because people will be divided. That time, our people cannot, our people we are not even divided like now. Because mostly that time people we are one religion, mostly Catholic. And Anglican, maybe few Catholic, mostly Anglican. So, and Roman and Jew. So that is the thing. Now we are divided. To the extent you go to marry, they will ask you, Catholic, CMS. Is that what we should not confront in our land?
You're going to give Donald a talk. Donald, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Jonathan, there are things I need to bring to your notice. For example, you are misapplying some certain things when you talk about the coming of the white man and the exploits. You are mixing politics. Yes?
I read something from ex-Chinese president Xi Jinping, and I wanted you to comment on that. If you want me to read it again, I'll read it.
I will comment on that. I heard what you I understood what you read.
Okay, go ahead.
So my point is this: they are mixing politics with religion and economic interests. These are three different things. The people that brought religion to us are not the people that killed us. They are people that came for personal interest, which is economic interest, and to dominate and to do whatever they choose to us. You see, so don't mix those things together. I will never remove my personal experience as a Christian from my life. You can't take that away. When you are trying to downplay that, then that means you are intruding into my private religious belief system or belief system. To take away people's interests, what they believe in, or what they intend to believe in, or what they practice. No, nobody have that. We are not in China. Only Chinese is the only Chinese Communist Party that have the ability to control their people and take them away from religion and everything. However, Christianity has penetrated China, and there's nothing they can do about it. because the gospel must be preached to all the ends of the earth, then Jesus will come. So don't trivialize my experience. Don't think it's nothing. Well, let's not talk about it. It's nothing. Let us talk about this other thing. You know, you will agree with me that the Pope's activity don't rhyme with me, because I'm not a Catholic. He can do whatever he likes. That is why I still don't want to, because I don't want to do that. You see, so the Pope's activity didn't affect me. It's not my business. He just knew whatever he did. If you are also now I'm not apologize to Adam. That's his business or his calling or what he chose to do. I am a Christian. Experience with Jesus. I know what he has done for me in my life. No man, no woman can take that away from me. And likewise, millions of Biafrans. And that is why we're saying, please, let us eschew or let us stay away from our religious sentiments and our belief systems, and then embrace Biafra, which is our religion. That is what I didn't come to Biafra IPOB to do what I'm doing right now. This is not my calling. I didn't come to do this. It was provocation. If somebody else somewhere did not deem it fit to attack me because of my belief system or attack the person I believe in, I will not be in this debate with you today. So, okay, instead of you trying to debate or restructure whatever has been broken in our system, why don't you face the people that you are angry at? Why face us in IPOB? Why? What's the point? So already we have formed our ideology, and nobody can take that away from us. So you are engaging in a futile fight, a fight that will never, or a course that will never bring you any positive result. It's never going to happen. I am not a prophet to prophesy to you that Mazi Jonathan, I'm telling you practically, it's not going to work. So you believe in yourself that it's going to work, but I know of a fact that it will never work. So why I'm back on it? Why? You can accuse white man forever. You can accuse anybody forever. That is not going to change people's ideology. And now let me make reference to Xi Jinping's comment on religion. Yes. For example, himself, he does not believe in anything. He's an atheist. Most Chinese don't believe in anything. And it's the government that forces them not to believe in anything anyway. So, he speaking from a perspective of a non-believer, somebody who has no religion, somebody that don't believe in anything, so he's entitled to his opinion. Most religious entities believe in what they believe in because they believe something comes, or something good or something positive comes out of what they believe in. You know, for example, myself, something good, I enjoy Jesus Christ, he has given me life, and given me wonderful children and wonderful family. I'm happy, and he has placed me on a pedestal that no man can take away from me. So I love him for what he has done for me, not only for what he has done, I love him because he loved me. You see, so you can't take that away from anybody. You cannot take that away. No amount of sensitization that's going to change people's ideology. It's like okay, we always say Biafra is an ideology, you can't fight it. The more you fight it, the more you waste your time. Same thing is applicable to religion. More so, my breakdown to my Christian faith. Same thing. You cannot fight our ideology. Let it go. It's a futile attempt. You can't make it. Jesus didn't make it. Nobody else did. People do whatever they like. Even when God said, if you do this, you end up here. You do this. People say, go ahead and do what they feel. They didn't feel it. We have capital punishment, yet people punishment law prevented people from committing capital offenses. The answer is capital no. So why do you want to create a rift where there is none? Yes, Mazi Nnamdi will make comment that yes, we will have to address the issues and everything. He said that in a passing. And I played what he said again. Everybody is free to worship who or he chooses to worship. It is fact. It is clearly stated, clearly declared. I mean, he declared it. You see? So, why are we strangulating ourselves for? Why? Why do you want to bring religious activities or discourse in our midst when you know it's a sensitive issue and it can create division? Why? You see, so for me, I want peace. I want to be in the same organization with my fellow brothers and sisters and face Biafra, which is my religion tentatively as I speak. Biafra is my religion. Why don't we, the rest people, take it like I declared it now, that Biafra is my religion? Let's face it, and let us face it squarely, and eschew other beliefs or other activities or other things. How hard is that? His Jinping's opinion will not change me. He is not a Christian. He is not a Muslim. He is nothing. He believes in nothing. I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ, and I know what Jesus Christ has done for me. So Xi Jinping cannot deny my experience. I don't care if he is a world leader or whatever he is. That is his personal opinion. His opinion will never sway my belief system because I have an experience, and no man can take that away from me or anybody else that have the same faith or practice have the same belief system like myself. You see, so why are we doing this? Why are we trying to stoke fire where there is none? If you want to go back to the way of your ancestors, beginning from your house, and propagate it, and practice it. Don't begin to castigate. I would rather even tolerate if you begin to espouse the so-called going back to our roots. I will embrace that because you are reaching out to Biafrans. You're trying to communicate your belief system to Biafrans if they can accept you. But what I will not accept is you criticizing others when also the so-called root, going back to root thing you believe in, is not even foolproof. It's not perfect. Where is the template where it has been displayed that you worked? Where? You are telling me stories of the old and everything. Who witnessed those things? Where are the evidences? I mean, where is it? Where is the record to show? I mean, don't tell me stories. I mean, tell people practicality of events or things that took place, not stories. You see? So, and like I told you, you can preach your belief system out in the radio. I won't have a problem with it because you are preaching your father's kingdom. It's like me attacking a Muslim for preaching in Islam. Why on earth will I do that? Why? It's not possible. Or I'm attacking a Muslim that stop doing this because that you people behead people, you rape people. Why would I attack such people? If people believe in them, they embrace whatever they believe. If people believe them, they accept their belief system. If not, they move on. Why trying to erode why do that? So I'm coming from that perspective. I don't believe that anybody should interject in anything we do in IPOB. IPOB is a political movement, and Biafra is our religion. Anybody trying to espouse something else is doing it on our own, his or own this thing. That's my belief, and only I declare it. Anybody and everybody is free to worship whoever they choose. Why go back on that? Why try to antagonize? Okay, if the Christians, you claim the white man, you claim Rome, Pope, and the British. Which are we not fighting the British today for what they're doing to us? Let us face it. We are fighting Nigerians. We are fighting Britain. We are antagonizing every foreign influence on Biafran people. Isn't that what we're doing? Why don't we face it? Do we have what it takes to deter Britain militarily as we speak? The answer is no. So, but why don't we focus on getting knowledge? And I also want to make one last comment here. I try to I dig up the meaning of education. And let me read it very clear. It says, education is the process of receiving or giving systematic instruction, especially at a school or university. That is the practical meaning of education. Okay? So, I don't know, many people misconstrue this word with knowledge. No, knowledge is, anyway, it's interchangeable, but there's a clear distinction. Education is education. Nobody can change that far. China stole intellectual properties from US and they are able to develop, they are developing at a rapid pace. And there is even a prediction that within 10 years they will catch up with US in everything. Why? Because they have been able to steal our intellectual and technological properties. You see? Likewise, many other countries. Why do you think you have spies in different countries? They spy to collect intellectual properties. So education is not original. Education is not what grows inside of you as knowledge. No, knowledge is something natural. We all have knowledge, but you only develop it by acquiring skill. That's a big difference. Okay, so let's not mix this thing. So yes, our people